Part 3, Chapter 31 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 3, Chapter 31. The Eagle Hovers. Luncheon in the low, old-fashioned dining room at Redlands, with its windows facing the open sea, with Olga beaming at the head of the table, would have been a peaceful and pleasant meal had Muriel's state of mind allowed her to enjoy it, but Nick's treatment of her overture had completely banished all enjoyment for her. She forced herself to eat and to appear unconcerned, but she was quivering inwardly with a burning sense of resentment. She was firmly determined that she would never be alone with him again. He had managed by those few scoffing words of his to arouse in her all the bitterness of which she was capable. If she had feared him before, she hated him now with the whole force of her nature. He seemed to be blissfully unconscious of her hostility and played the part of host with complete ease of manner. Long before the meal was over, Grange had put aside his sullenness, and they were conversing together as comrades. Nick had plenty to say. He spoke quite openly of his illness, and declared himself to have completely recovered from it. "Even Jim has ceased his gruesome threats," he said cheerily. "There will be no more lopping of branches this season, just as well, for I chance to have developed an affection for what is left." "You're going back to the regiment, I suppose?" Blake questioned. "No, he isn't," thrust in Olga, and was instantly frowned upon by Nick. "Speak when you're spoken to, little girl. That's a question you are not qualified to answer. I'm on half pay at present, and I haven't made up my mind." "I should quit in your place," Grange remarked, with his eyes on the dazzling sea. "No doubt you would," Nick responded dryly. "And what should you advise Muriel?" The question was unexpected, but she had herself in hand and answered it instantly. "I certainly shouldn't advise you to quit." He raised his eyebrows. "Might one ask why?" She was quite ready for him, inspired by an overmastering longing to hurt him if that were possible. "Because if you gave up your profession, you would be nothing but a vacuum. If the chance to destroy life were put out of your reach, you would simply cease to exist." She spoke rapidly, her voice pitched very low. She was trembling all over, and her hands were clenched under the table to hide it. The laugh with which Nick received her words jarred intolerably upon her. She heard nothing in it but deliberate cruelty. "Great Lucifer," he said, "you have got me under the microscope with a vengeance, but you can't see through me, you know. I have a reverse side. Hadn't you better turn me over and look at that? There may be sorcery and witchcraft there as well." There might be. She could well have imagined it, but these were lesser things in which she had no concern. She turned his thrust aside with disdain. "I am not sufficiently interested," she said. "The little I know is enough." "Well hit," chuckled Nick. "I retire from the fray discomfited. Olga mia, I wish you would find the cigars. You know where they are." Olga sprang to do his bidding. Having handed the box to Grange, she came to Nick and stood beside him while she cut and lighted a cigar for him. He put his arm round her for a moment, and she stooped a flushed face and kissed the top of his head. "Run along," said Nick. "Take Muriel into the garden. She hasn't seen it all." Muriel rose. "We mustn't be late in starting back," she remarked to Blake. But Olga lingered to whisper vehemently in Nick's ear. He laughed and shook his head. "Go, child, go. You don't know anything about it, and Muriel is waiting. You should never keep a guest waiting." Olga went reluctantly. They passed out into the clear June sunshine together and down towards the shady shrubberies beyond the lawns. "Can Nick play tennis?" Muriel asked as they crossed a marked-out court. "Yes, he can do anything," the child said proudly. "He was on horseback this morning, and he managed splendidly. We generally play tennis in the evening. He almost always wins. His services are terrific. I can't think of how he does it. He calls it juggling. I try to manage with only one hand sometimes, just to keep him company, but I always make a mess of things. There's no one in the world as clever as Nick." Muriel felt inclined to agree with her, though in her opinion, this distinguishing quality was not an altogether admirable one. She infinitely preferred people with fewer brains. She would not, however, say this to Olga, and they paced on together under the trees in silence. Suddenly, a warm hand slid within her arm, and Olga's gray eyes, very loving and wistful, looked up into hers. "Muriel, darling," she whispered softly, don't you like Nick after all?" The color rushed over Muriel's face in a vivid flood. Like him, she stammered. "Why do you ask?" "Because, dear, don't be vexed. I love you frightfully. You did hurt him so at lunch," explained Olga, pressing very close to her. Hurt him. Again Muriel repeated her words, then, recovering sharply, broke into a sudden laugh. "My dear child, I couldn't possibly do such a thing if I tried." "But you did, persisted Olga, a faint note of indignation in her voice. "You don't know Nick. He feels tremendously. Of course you might not see it, for it doesn't often show, but I always know when he is hurt by the way he laughs, and he was hurt today." She stuck firmly to her point, notwithstanding Muriel's equally persistent attitude of incredulity, till even Muriel was conscious at last in her inner soul of a faint wonder, a dim and wholly negligible sense of regret, not that she would under any circumstances have recalled that thrust of hers. She felt it had been dealt in fair fight, but even in fair fight there come sometimes moments of regret when one feels that the enemy's hand has been intentionally slack. She knew well that, had he chosen, Nick might have thrust back instantly and disconcertingly, as his manner was, but he had refrained, merely covering up his wound, if wound there had been, with the laugh that had so wrung Olga's loving heart. His ways were strange. She would never understand him, but she would like to have known how deep that thrust had gone. Could she have overheard the conversation between Nick and his remaining guest that followed her departure, she might have received enlightenment on this point, but Nick took very good care to ensure that that conversation should be overheard by none. As soon as Grange had finished his coffee, he proposed a move to the library and led the way thither, leaving his own drink untouched behind him. The library was a large and comfortable apartment, completely shut away from the rest of the house and singularly ill-adapted for eavesdroppers. The windows looked upon a wide stretch of lawn upon which even a bird could scarcely have lingered unnoticed. The light that filtered in through green sun blinds was cool and restful. An untidy writing table and a sofa strewn with cushions in disorderly attitudes testified to the fact that Nick had appropriated this room for his own particular den. There was also a sunbonnet tossed upon a chair, which seemed to indicate that Olga at least did not regard his privacy as inviolable. The ancient brown volumes stacked upon shelves that ranged almost from floor to ceiling were comfortably undisturbed. It was plainly a sanctum in which ease and not learning ruled supreme. Nick established his visitor in an easy-chair and hunted for an ashtray. Grange watched him uncomfortably. "I'm awfully sorry about your arm, Radcliffe," he said at length. "A filthy bit of bad luck, that." "Damnable," said Nick. "I've been meaning to look you up for a long time," Grange proceeded, "but somehow it hasn't come off." Nick laughed rather dryly. He was perfectly well aware that Grange had been steadily avoiding him ever since his return. "Very good of you," he said, subsiding upon the sofa and pulling the cushions about him. "I've been saving up my congratulations for you all these weeks. I might have written, of course, but I had a notion that the spoken word would be more forcible." Grange stirred uneasily, neither understanding nor greatly relishing Nick's tone. He wished vehemently that he would leave the subject alone. Nick, however, had no such intention. A faint fiendish smile was twitching the corners of his lips. He did not even glance in Blake's direction. There was no need. "Well, I wish you joy," he said lightly. "Thank you," returned Grange, without elation and with very little gratitude. In some occult fashion, Nick was making it horribly awkward for him. He longed to change the subject, but could find nothing to say, possibly because Nick quite obviously had not yet done with it. "Going to get married before you sail?" he asked abruptly. "I don't think so." Very reluctantly, Grange made reply. "Why not?" said Nick. "Muriel doesn't want to be married till she is out of mourning," Grange explained. "Why doesn't she go out of mourning then?" Grange didn't know, hadn't even thought of it. "Perhaps she will elect to wear mourning all her life," suggested Nick. "Have you thought of that?" There was a distinct jibe in this, and Grange at once retreated to a less exposed position. "I am quite willing to wait for her," he said, "and she knows it." "You're deuced easily pleased, then," rejoined Nick. "And let me tell you, for I'm sure you don't know, there's not a single woman under the sun who appreciates that sort of patience." Grange ignored the information with a decidedly sullen air. He did not regard Nick as particularly well qualified to give him advice upon such a subject. After a moment, Nick saw his attitude and laughed aloud. "Yes, say it, man. It's quite true in a sense, and I shouldn't contradict you if it weren't. But has it never occurred to you that I was under a terrific disadvantage from the very beginning? Do you remember that I undertook the job that you shirked? Or do you possibly present the matter to yourself and others in some more attractive form?" He turned upon his elbow with the question, and regarded Grange with an odd expectancy, but Grange smoked in silence, not raising his eyes. Suddenly Nick spoke in a different tone, a tone that was tense without vibrating. "It doesn't matter how you put it. The truth remains. You didn't love her then. If you had loved her, you must have been ready, as I was ready, to make the final sacrifice. But you were not ready. You hung back. You let me take the place which only a man who cared enough to protect her to the uttermost could have taken. You let me do this thing, and I did it. I brought her through untouched. I kept her, night and day I kept her, from harm of any sort, and she has been my first care ever since. You won't believe this, I dare say, but it's true, and, mark this well, I will only let her go to the man who will make her happy. Once I meant to be that man. You don't suppose, do you, that I brought her safe through hell just for the pleasure of seeing her marry another fellow? But it's all the same now what I did it for. I've been knocked out of the running." His eyelids suddenly quivered as if at a blow. "It doesn't matter to you how. It wasn't because she fancied anyone else. She hadn't begun to think of you in those days. I let her go, never mind why. I let her go, but she is still in my keeping, and will be till she is the actual property of another man. Yes, and after that too. I saved her, remember. I won the right of guardianship over her, so be careful what you do. Marry her if you love her, but if you don't, leave her alone. She shall be no man's second best, that I swear." He ceased abruptly. His yellow face was full of passion. His hand was clenched upon the sofa cushion. The whole body of the man seemed to thrill and quiver with electric force. And then, in a moment, it all passed, as at the touching of a spring his muscles relaxed. The naked passion was veiled again, the old mask of banter replaced. He stretched out his hand to the man who had sat in silence and listened to that one fierce outburst of a force which till then had contained itself. "I speak as a fool," he said lightly. "Nothing new for me, you'll say, but just for my satisfaction, because she hates me so. Put your hand in mine and swear you will seek her happiness before everything else in the world. I shall never trouble you again after this fashion. I have spoken." Blake sat for several seconds without speaking. Then, as if impelled thereto, he leaned slowly forward and laid his hand in Nick's. He seemed to have something to say, but it did not come. Nick waited. "I swear," Blake said at length. His voice was low, and he did not attempt to look Nick in the face, but he obviously meant what he said, and Nick seemed to be satisfied. In less than 5 seconds he had tossed the matter carelessly aside as one having no further concern in it, but the memory of that interview was as a searing flame to Blake's soul for long after, for he knew that the man from whom Muriel had sought his protection was more worthy of her than he, and his heart cried bitter shame upon him for that knowledge. It was with considerable difficulty that he responded to Nick's airy nothings during the half-hour that followed, and the unusual alacrity with which he seized upon his host's suggestion that he might care to see the garden testified to his relief at being released from the obligation of doing so. They went out together on to the wide lawn and sauntered down to a summer house on the edge of the cliff overlooking the whole mighty expanse of sea. It lay dreaming in the sunlight, with hardly a ripple upon the long white beach below, and here they came upon Muriel and Olga sitting side by side on the grass. Olga had just finished pulling a daisy to pieces. She tossed it away at Nick's approach and sprang to meet him. "It's very disappointing," she declared. "It's the 4th time I've done it, and it always comes the same. I've been making the daisies tell Muriel's fortune, and it always comes to, 'He would if he could, but he can't.' You try this time, Nick." "All right, you hold the daisy," said Nick. Muriel looked up with a slightly heightened color. "I think we ought to be going," she remarked. "We have just ordered the horses for 4 o'clock," Grange said apologetically. She glanced at the watch on her wrist, 3:30. Nick, seated cross-legged on the grass in front of her, had already, with Olga's able assistance, begun his game. Swiftly the tiny petals fell from his fingers. He was very intent, and in spite of herself, Muriel became intent too, held by a most unaccountable fascination. So handicapped was he that he could not even pull a flower to pieces without assistance, and yet, suddenly he looked across at her. "He loves her," he announced. "Oh, Nick," exclaimed Olga reproachfully. "You cheated. You pulled off 2. "He usually does cheat," Muriel observed, plucking a flower of grass and regarding it with absorption. "So do you," retorted Nick unexpectedly. "I?" She looked at him in amazement. "What do you mean?" "I shan't tell you," he returned, "because you know, or you would know if you took the trouble to find out. Grange, I wish you would give me a light. Hello, Olga, there's a hawk. See him? Straight above that cedar." All turned to look at the dark shape of the bird hovering in mid-air. Seconds passed. Suddenly there was a flashing downward swoop, and the sky was empty. Olga exclaimed, and Nick sent up a wild whoop of applause. Muriel gave a great start and glanced at him. For a single instant his look met hers, then with a sick shudder she turned aside. "You are cold," said Grange. Yes, she was cold. It was as if an icy hand had closed upon her heart. As from an immense distance, she heard Olga's voice of protest. "Oh, Nick, how can you cheer?" And his careless reply, "My good child, don't grudge the poor creature his dinner. Even a bird of prey must live. Come along, we'll go in to tea. Muriel is cold." They went in, and again his easy hospitality overcame all difficulties. When at length the visitors rode away, they left him grinning a cheery farewell from his doorstep. He seemed to be in the highest spirits. They were more than halfway home when Muriel turned impetuously to her companion, breaking a long silence. "Blake," she said, "I am ready to marry you as soon as you like." End of Part 3, Chapter 31.
Part 4, Chapter 32 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 4, Chapter 32. The Face in the Storm. Muriel saw very little of her fiancé during the weeks that followed their visit to Redlands. There was not indeed room for him at the cottage at Brethaven, which she and Daisy had taken for the summer months. He had, moreover, several visits to pay, and his leave would be up in September. Muriel herself, having once made her decision, had plenty to occupy her. They had agreed to adhere to Sir Reginald Bassett's plan for them, and to be married in India some time before Christmas. But she did not want to go to Lady Bassett's sister before she left England, and she was glad when Daisy declared that she herself would go to town with her in the autumn. A change had come over Daisy of late, a change which Muriel keenly felt, but which she was powerless to define. It seemed to date from the arrival of Nick, though she did not definitely connect it with him. There was nothing palpable in it, nothing even remotely suggestive of a breach between them. Only subconsciously, as it were, Muriel had become aware that their silence, which till then had been the silence of sympathy, had subtly changed till it had become the silence of a deep, though unacknowledged reserve. It was wholly intangible, this change. No outsider would have guessed of its existence. But to the younger girl it was always vaguely present. She knew that somewhere between herself and her friend there was a locked door. Her own reserve never permitted her to attempt to open it. With a species of pride that was largely composed of shyness, she held aloof. But she was never quite unconscious of the opposing barrier. She felt that the old sweet intimacy that had so lightened the burden of her solitude was gone. Meanwhile, Daisy was growing stronger, and day by day more active. She never referred to her baby, and very seldom to her husband. When his letters arrived, she invariably put them away with scarcely a glance. Muriel sometimes wondered if she even read them. It was pitifully plain to her that Will Musgrave's place in his wife's heart was very, very narrow. It had dwindled perceptibly since the baby's death. On the subject of Will's letters, Nick could have enlightened her, for he always appeared at the cottage on mail day for news. But Muriel, having discovered this habit, as regularly absented herself, with the result that they seldom met. He never made any effort to see her. On one occasion, when she came unexpectedly upon him and Olga shrimping along the shore, she was surprised that he did not second the child's eager proposal that she should join them. He actually seemed too keen upon the job in hand to pay her much attention. And gradually she began to perceive that this was the attitude towards her that he had decided to assume. What it veiled she knew not, nor did she inquire. It was enough for her that hostilities had ceased. Nick apparently was bestowing his energies elsewhere. Midsummer passed, and a July of unusual heat drew on. Dr. Jim and his wife and boys had departed to Switzerland. Nick and Olga had elected to remain at Redlands. They were out all day long in the motor or dog cart, on horseback or on foot. Life was one perpetual picnic to Olga just then, and she was not looking forward to the close of the summer holidays, when, so her father had decreed, she was to return to her home and the ordinary routine. Nick's plans were still unsettled, though he spoke now and then of a prospective return to India. He must in any case return thither, so he once told her, whether he decided to remain or not. It was not a pleasant topic to Olga, and she always sought to avoid any allusion to it. After the fashion of children, she lived in the present and enjoyed it to the full, bathing with Muriel every morning and spending the remainder of the day in Nick's society. The friendship between these two was based upon complete understanding. They had been comrades as long as Olga could remember. Given Nick, it was very seldom that she desired anyone besides. Muriel had ceased to marvel over this strange fact. She had come to realize that Nick was, and always must be, an enigma to her. In the middle of July, when the heat was so intense as to be almost intolerable, Daisy received a pressing invitation to visit an old friend and to go yachting on the Broads. She refused it at first point blank, but Muriel, hearing of the matter before the letter was sent, interfered and practically insisted upon a change of decision. "It is the very thing for you," she declared. "Brethaven has done its best for you, but you want a dose of more bracing air to make you quite strong again. It's absurd of you to dream of throwing away such an opportunity. I simply won't let you do it." "But how can I possibly leave you all alone?" Daisy protested. "If the Ratcliffes were at home, I might think of it. But that settles it," Muriel announced with determination. "I never heard such nonsense in my life. What do you think could possibly happen to me here? You know perfectly well that a couple of weeks of my own society would do me no harm whatever." So insistent was she that finally she gained her point, and Daisy, albeit somewhat reluctantly, departed for Norfolk, leaving her to her own devices. The heat was so great in those first days of solitude that Muriel was not particularly energetic. Apart from her early swim with Olga and an undeniably languid stroll in the evening, she scarcely left the precincts of the cottage. No visitors came to her. There were none but fisher folk in the village, and so her sole company consisted of Daisy's ayah and the elderly English cook. But she did not suffer from loneliness. She had books and work in plenty, and it was even something of a relief, though she never owned it, to be apart from Daisy for a little. They never disagreed, but always at the back of her mind there lay the consciousness of a gulf between them. She was at first somewhat anxious lest Nick should feel called upon to entertain her, and should invite her to accompany him and Olga upon some of their expeditions. But he did not apparently think of it, and she was always very emphatic in assuring Olga that she was enjoying her quiet time. She and Nick had not met for some weeks, and she began to think it more than probable that they would not do so during Daisy's absence. Under ordinary circumstances, this expectation of hers would doubtless have been realized, for Nick had plainly every intention of keeping out of her way. But the day of emergency usually dawns upon a world of sleepers. The brooding heat culminated at last in an evening of furious storm, and Muriel speedily left the dinner table to watch the magnificent spectacle of vivid and almost continuous lightning over the sea. It was a wonder that always drew her. She did not feel the nervous oppression that torments so many women, or if she felt it, she rose above it. The splendor of the rising storm lifted her out of herself. She had no thought for anything else. For more than half an hour she stood by the little sitting-room window, gazing out upon the storm-tossed water. It had not begun to rain, but the sound of it was in the air, and the earth was waiting expectantly. There seemed to be a feeling of expectation everywhere. She was vaguely restless under it, curiously impatient for the climax. It came at last, so suddenly, so blindingly, that she reeled back against the curtain in sheer physical recoil. The whole sky seemed to burst into flame, and the crash of thunder was so instantaneous that she felt as if a shell had exploded at her feet. Trembling, she hid her face. The world seemed to rock all around her. For the first time, she was conscious of fear. Then, as the thunder died into a distant roar, the heavens opened, as if at a word of command, and in one marvelous, glittering sheet the rain burst forth. She lifted her head to gaze upon this new wonder that the incessant lightning revealed. The noise was like the sharp rattle of musketry, and it almost drowned the heavier artillery overhead. The window was blurred and streaming, but the brilliance outside was such that every detail in the little garden was clear to her notwithstanding. And though she still trembled, she nerved herself to look forth. An instant later, she sprang backwards with a wild cry of terror. A face, a wrinkled face that she knew, was there close against the window pane, and had looked into her own. End of Part 4, Chapter 32. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 4, Chapter 33 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RJSpong from the city of Hornchurch in England. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 33. The Lifting of the Mask. Out of a curious numbness that had almost been a swoon, there came to her the consciousness of a hand that rapped and rapped and rapped upon the pane. She had fled away to the farther end of the room in her panic. She had turned the lamp low at the beginning of the storm, and now it burned so dimly that it scarcely gave out any light at all. Beyond the window, the lightning flashed with an awful luridness upon the rushing hail. Beyond the window, looking in upon her, and knocking, stood the figure of her dread. She came to herself slowly, with a quaking heart. It was more horrible to her than anything she had known since the days of her flight from the beleaguered fort. But she knew that she must fight down her horror. She knew as certainly as if a physical force compelled her that she would have to go to the window, would have to open to the man who waited there. Slowly she brought her quivering body into subjection, while every nerve twitched and clamoured to escape. Slowly she dragged herself back to the vision that had struck her with that paralysis of terror. Resisting feebly, invisibly compelled, she went. He ceased to knock, and, his face against the pane, he spoke imperatively. What he said she could not hear in that tumult of mighty sound. Only she felt his insistence, answered to it, was mastered by it. White-faced, with horror clutching at her heart, she undid the catch. His one hand, strong, instinct with energy, helped her to raise the sash. In a moment he was in the room, bareheaded, drenched from head to foot. She fell back before him, but he scarcely looked at her. He shut the window sharply, then strode to the lamp and turned it up. Then, abruptly he wheeled and spoke in a voice half kindly, half contemptuous. "Muriel, you're a little idiot." There was little in the words to comfort her, yet she was instantly and vastly reassured. She was also for the moment overwhelmingly ashamed, but he did not give her time to think of that. "I couldn't get in any other way," he said. "I tried the doors first, hammered at them, but no one came. Look here, Olga is ill, very ill, and she wants you badly. Are you brave enough to come?" "Oh," Muriel said, with a gasp. "Now, do you mean, with you?" He threw her an odd look under his flickering eyelids, and she noted with a scared minuteness of attention the gleam of the lamplight on their pale lashes. She had always hated pale eyelashes. They seemed to her untrustworthy. "Yes," he told her grimly, "all alone, with me, in the storm. Shall you be afraid if I give you my hand to hold? You've done it before." Was he mocking her weakness? She could not say. She only knew that he watched her with the intensity of an eagle that marks its quarry. He did not mean her to refuse. What is the matter with Olga? She asked.
I don't know. I believe it is sunstroke. We were motoring in the midday heat. She didn't seem to feel it at the time, but her head ached when we got in. She is in a high fever now. I've sent my man on in the motor to fetch Jim's locum from Weir. I should have brought the dog cart myself to fetch you, but I couldn't trust the horse in this.
You left her alone to come here? Muriel questioned. He nodded.
I had no choice. She wished it. Besides, there were none but womenfolk left. She's got one of them with her, the least imbecile of the lot, which isn't saying much. They're all terrified, of course, at the storm, all except Olga. She is never afraid of anything.
A frightful crash of thunder carried away his words. Before it had rolled away, Muriel was at the door. She made a rapid sign to him and was gone. Nick chafed up and down the room, waiting for her. The storm continued with unabated violence, but he did not give it a thought. He was counting the moments with feverish impatience. Muriel's absence scarcely lasted for 5 minutes, but when she came back, all trace of fear had left her. Her face showed quiet and matter-of-fact above the long waterproof in which she had wrapped herself. Over her arm she carried a waterproof cloak. She held it out to him. "It's one of Daisy's, but you are to wear it. I think he must be mad to have come out without anything." She put it round his shoulders, and he thanked her with a smothered laugh. A terrific blast of wind and rain met them as they emerged from the cottage, nearly whirling Muriel off her feet. She made an instinctive clutch at her companion, and instantly her hand was caught fast in his. He drew her arm close under his own, and she did not resist him. There was something reassuring in his touch. Later she wondered if they spoke at all during that terrible walk. She could never recall a word on either side, and yet, though in a measure frightened, she was not panic-stricken. The storm was beginning to subside a little before they reached Redlands, though the rain still fell heavily. In the intervals between the lightning it was pitch dark. They had no lantern, but Nick was undismayed. He walked as lightly and surely as a cat, and Muriel had no choice but to trust herself unreservedly to his guidance. She marvelled afterwards at the complete trust with which that night he had managed to inspire her, but at the time she never questioned it. Yet when the lights of Redlands shone at last through the gloom, she breathed a sigh of relief. Instantly Nick spoke.
"Well done," he said briefly. "You are your father's daughter still."
She knew that she had flushed in the darkness, and was glad that he could not see her face.
"You must go and get dry first of all," he went on. "I told them to light a fire somewhere. And you are to have some coffee, too. Mind, I say it."
To this she responded with some spirit. "I will if you will."
"I must go straight to Olga," he said. "I promised I would."
"Not in your wet things!" Muriel exclaimed. "No, Nick, listen. I am not wet, not as you are. Let me go to Olga first. You can send me some coffee in her room if you like. But you must go at once and change. Promise me you will, Nick." She spoke urgently. For some reason the occasion seemed to demand it. Nick was silent for a while, as if considering. Then, as they finally reached the porch, he spoke in a tone she did not altogether fathom.
"I say, you are not going to shut me out, you know."
She looked up in astonishment. "Of course not. I never dreamt of such a thing."
"All right," he said, and this time she knew he spoke with relief. "I will do as you like, then."
A moment more, and he opened the door, standing aside for her to pass. She entered quickly, glad to be in shelter, and paused to slip off her streaming waterproof. He took it from her, passing his hand over her sleeve.
"You are sure you are not wet through?"
"Quite sure," she told him. "Take me straight up, won't you?"
"Yes, come this way."
He preceded her up the wide stairs where he might have walked beside her, not pausing for an instant till he stood at Olga's door.
"Go straight in," he said then. "She is expecting you. Tell her, if she wants to know, that I am coming directly."
He passed on swiftly with the words, and disappeared into a room close by. Very softly Muriel turned the door handle and entered. Olga's voice greeted her before she was well in the room. It sounded husky and strained.
Muriel, dear Muriel, I'm so glad you've come. I've wanted you so you can't think. Where's Nick?
He is coming, dearest. Muriel went forward to the bed and took in hers the two hands eagerly extended. The child was lying in an uneasy position, her hair streaming in a disordered tangle about her flushed face. She was shivering violently, though the hands Muriel held were burning.
You came all this way through this awful storm, she whispered. It was lovely of you, dear. I hope you weren't frightened.
Muriel sat down beside her. And you have been left all alone, she said.
I didn't mind, gasped Olga. Mrs. Ellis, that's the cook, was here at first, but she was such an ass about the thunder that I sent her away. I expect she's in the coal cellar.
A gleam of fun shone for an instant in her eyes, and was gone. The fevered hands closed tightly in Muriel's hold. I feel so ill, she murmured. So ill. Where is it, darling? Muriel asked her tenderly.
It's all over me, moaned Olga. My head worst, and my throat. My throat is dreadful. It makes me want to cry.
There was little that Muriel could do to ease her. She tied back the tossing hair and rearranged the bedclothes, then sat down by her side, hoping she might get some sleep. Not long after, Nick crept in on slippered feet, but Olga heard him instantly and started up with outflung arms.
Nick, darling, I want you! I want you! Come quite close, I think I'm going to die! Don't let me, Nick!
Muriel rose to make room for him, but he motioned her back sharply, then knelt down himself by the child's pillow and took her head upon his arm.
Stick to it, sweetheart, he murmured softly. There's a medicine man coming, and you'll be better presently.
Olga cuddled against him with a sigh, and comforted by the close holding of his arm dropped presently into an uneasy doze. Nick never stirred from his position, and mutely Muriel sat and watched him. There was a wonderful tenderness about him just then, a softness with which she was strangely familiar, but which almost she had forgotten. If she had never seen him before that moment, she knew that she would have liked him. He seemed to have wholly forgotten her presence. His entire attention was concentrated upon the child. His lips twitched from time to time, and she knew that he was very anxious, intensely impatient under his stillness for the doctor's coming. She remembered that old trick of his. She had never before associated it with any emotion. Suddenly he turned his head as if he had felt her scrutiny, and looked straight into her eyes. It was only for a moment. His glance flickered beyond her with scarcely a pause. Yet it was to her as if by that swift look he had spoken, had for the first time made deep and passionate protest against her bitter judgment of him, had as it were shown her in a single flash the human heart beneath the jester's garb. And again very deep down in her soul there stirred that blind, unconscious entity, of the existence of which she herself had so vague a knowledge, feeling upwards, groping outwards to the light. There came upon her a sudden curious sense of consternation, a feeling as of a mental earthquake when the very foundations of the soul are shaken. Had she conceivably been mistaken in him? With all her knowledge of him, had she by some strange mischance, some maddening, some inexplicable misapprehension, failed utterly and miserably to see this man as he really was? For the first time the question sprang up within her, and she found no answer to it, only that breathless, blank dismay. Softly Nick's voice broke in upon her seething doubt. He had laid Olga back upon the pillow.
"The doctor is here. Do you mind staying with her while I go?"
"You'll come back, Nick?"
the child urged in her painful whisper.
"Yes, I'll come back," he promised. "Honest Injun."
He touched her cheek lightly at parting, and Olga caught the caressing hand and pressed it against her burning lips. Muriel saw his face as he turned from the bed. It was all softened and quivering with emotion. End of chapter 33. Part 4, Chapter 34 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RJSpong from the city of Hornchurch in England. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 34, At the Gate of Death. In the morning they knew the worst. Olga had scarlet fever. The doctor imparted the news to Nick and Muriel standing outside the door of the sick room. Nick's reception of it was by no means characteristic. For the first time in her life, Muriel saw consternation undisguised upon the yellow face.
"Great Jupiter!" he said. "What a criminal ass I am!"
At another moment she could have laughed at the tragic force of his self-arraignment. Even as it was, she barely repressed a smile as she set his mind at rest. She needed no explanation. It was easy enough to follow the trend of his thoughts just then. "If you are thinking of me," she said, "I have had it." She saw his instant relief, though he merely acknowledged the statement by a nod.
"We must have a nurse," he said briefly. "We shall manage all right then. I'll do my turn." "Oh, stuff!" at a look from the doctor. "I shan't hurt. I'm much too tough a morsel for microbes to feed on."
Possibly the doctor shared this opinion, for he made no verbal protest. It fell to Muriel to do this later in the day when the nurse was installed, and she was at liberty to leave Olga's room. Nick had just returned from the post office whence he had been sending a message to the child's father. She came upon him stealing up to take a look at her. Seeing Muriel, he stopped.
"How is she?"
Muriel moved away to an open window at the end of the passage before she made reply. He followed her, and they stood together, looking out upon the sunset. "The fever is very high," she said, "and she is suffering a good deal of pain. She is not quite herself at times."
"You mean she is worse?"
He looked at her keenly. It was exactly what she did mean. Olga had been growing steadily worse all day. Yet when abruptly he turned to leave her, Muriel laid a hasty hand upon his arm. "Nick," she said, and her voice was almost imploring, "don't go in. Please don't go in." He stopped short.
"Why not?"
She removed her hand quickly. "It's so dangerous, besides being unnecessary. Won't you be sensible about it?" He gave his head a queer upward jerk, and stood as one listening, not looking at her.
"What for?"
She could not think of any convincing reason for the moment, yet it was imperative that he should see the matter as she saw it. "Suppose I had not had it," she ventured. "What would you have done?"
"Packed you off to the cottage again, double quick,"
said Nick promptly. It was the answer she had angled for. She seized upon it. "Well, tell me why." He spun round on his heels and faced her. He was blinking very rapidly.
"You asked me that question once before," he said, "and out of a sentimental consideration for your feelings, I didn't answer it. Do you really want an answer this time, or shall I go on being sentimentally considerate?"
She heard the old subtle jeering note in his voice, but its effect upon her was oddly different from what it had ever been before. It did not anger her, nor did it wholly frighten her. It dawned upon her suddenly that, though possibly it lay in his power to hurt her, he would not do so. She answered him with composure. "I don't want you to be anything but sensible, Nick. And it isn't sensible to expose yourself to unnecessary risk. It's wrong."
"That's my lookout,"
said Nick. It was indubitably, but she wanted very much to gain her point. "Won't you at least keep away unless she asks for you?" she urged.
"You seem mighty anxious to get rid of me,"
said Nick. "I am not," she returned quickly. "I am not. You know it isn't that."
"Do I?" he said quizzically. "It's one of the few things I shouldn't have known without being told. Well, I'm sorry I can't consent to be sensible, as you call it. I am quite sure personally that there isn't the slightest danger. It isn't so infectious at this stage, you know. Perhaps by and by, When she is through the worst, I will think about it.
He spoke lightly, but she was aware of the anxiety that underlay the words. She said no more, reminding herself that argument with Nick was always futile, sometimes worse. Nevertheless, she found some comfort in the smile with which he left her. He had refused to treat with her, but his enmity, if enmity it could be called, was no longer active. He had proclaimed a truce which she knew he would not break. Olga was delirious that night, and privately Muriel was glad that she had not been able to exclude him, for his control over the child was wonderful. As once with a tenderness maternal he had soothed her, so now he soothed Olga, patiently, steadfastly, even with a certain cheeriness. It all came back to her as she watched him, the strength of the man, his selfless devotion. She could see that both doctor and nurse thought very seriously of the child. The former paid a late visit, but said very little beyond advising her to rest if she could in an adjacent room. Both Nick and the nurse seconded this, and, seeing there was nothing that she could do, she gave way in the matter, lying down as she was with but small expectation of sleep. But she was wearier than she knew, and the slumber into which she fell was deep, and would have lasted for some hours undisturbed. It was Nick who roused her, and starting up at his touch, she knew instantly that what they had all mutely feared had drawn very near. His face told her at a glance, for he made no effort to dissemble. "The nurse thinks you had better come," was all he said. She pushed the hair from her forehead, and turned without a word to obey the summons. But at the door something checked her. Something cried aloud within her, bidding her pause. She stopped. Nick was close behind her. Swiftly, obedient to the voice that cried, she stretched out her hand to him. He gripped it fast, and she was conscious for an instant of a curious gladness, a willingness to leave it in his hold, that she had never experienced before. But at the door of Olga's room he softly relinquished it, and drew back. Olga was lying propped on pillows, and breathing quickly. The nurse was bending over her with a glass, but Olga's face was turned away. She was watching the door. As Muriel came to her, the light eyes brightened to quick intelligence, and the parted lips tried to speak. But no sound came forth, and a frown of pain succeeded the effort. Muriel stooped swiftly and grasped the slender hand that lay clenched upon the sheet.
"There, darling, don't try to talk. It hurts you so. We are both here, Nick and I, and we understand all about it."
It was the first time she had ever voluntarily coupled herself with him. It came to her instinctively to do it in that moment. But Olga had something to say, something apparently that must be said. With infinite difficulty she forced a husky whisper. Muriel stooped lower to catch it, so low that her face was almost touching the face upon the pillow.
"Muriel,"
came haltingly from the parched lips.
"there's something I want to say to you about Nick."
Muriel felt the blood surging at her temples as the faint words reached her. She would have given anything to know that he was out of earshot.
Won't you say it in the morning, darling?"
she said, almost with pleading in her voice.
"It's so late now."
It was not late. It was very, very early, the solemn hour where countless weary ones fall into their long sleep. And the moment she had spoken, her heart smote her. Was she, for her own peace of mind, trying to silence the child's last words on earth?
"No, never mind, dear,"
she amended tenderly.
"I am listening to you. Tell me now."
"Yes," panted Olga.
I must. You remember that day with the daisies, the day we saw the hawk?"
Yes, well Muriel remembered it. The thought of it went through her like a stab. "Yes, dear. What of it?" she heard herself say.
"Well, you know, I thought since that the daisies meant Nick, not, I can't remember his name, Muriel."
Do you mean Captain Grange, dear?
Yes, of course. He was there too, wasn't he? I'm sure now. Quite sure. They didn't mean him.
Very likely not, dear.
And Muriel, do you know, Nick was just miserable after you went. I sort of felt he was. And late that night I woke up, and I crept down to him in the library, and he had his head down on the table, as if he was crying. Oh, Muriel.
A sharp sob interrupted the piteous whisper. Muriel folded her arms about the child, pillowing the tired head on her breast. All the fair hair had been cut off earlier in the day. Its absence gave Olga a very babyish appearance. Brokenly, with many gasping pauses, the pathetic little story came to an end.
I went to him, and I asked him what it was, and he looked up with that funny face he makes, you know, and he just said, "Oh, it's all right. I've been feeding on dust and ashes all day long, that's all, and it's dry fare for a thirsty man." He thought I wouldn't know what he meant, but I did, Muriel, and I always wanted to tell you, but somehow you wouldn't let me. He meant you. He was hurt, so hurt, because you weren't kind to him. Oh, Muriel, won't you try to be kind to him now? Please, dear, please.
Muriel's eyes sought Nick, and instantly a thrill of surprise and relief shot through her. He had not heard that request of Olga's. She doubted if he had heard anything. He was sunk in a chair well in the background with his head on his hand, and looking at him she saw his shoulders shake with a soundless sob. She looked away again with a sense of trespass. This was the man who had fought and cursed and slain under her eyes. The man from whose violence she had shrunk appalled, whose strength had made her shudder many a time. She had never imagined that he could grieve thus, even for his little pal Olga. Tenderly she turned back to the child. That single glimpse of the man in pain had made it suddenly easy to grant her earnest prayer. "I won't be unkind to him again, darling," she promised softly.
"Never any more?"
insisted Olga. "Never any more, my darling." Olga made a little nestling movement against her. It was all she wanted, and now that the effort of asking was over, she was very tired. The nurse drew softly back into the shadow, and a deep silence fell in the room. Through it in a long, monotonous roar there came the sound of the sea breaking, eternally breaking, along the beach. No one moved. Olga's breathing was growing slower, so much slower that there were times when Muriel, listening intently, fancied that it had wholly ceased. She held the little slim body close in her arms, jealously close, as though she were defying death itself. And ever through the stillness she could hear her own heart beating like the hoofs of a galloping horse. Slowly the night began to pass. The outline of the window frame became visible against a faint grey glimmer. The window was open, and a breath of the coming dawn wandered in with the fragrance of drenched roses. A soft rain was falling. The patter of it could be heard upon the leaves. Again Muriel listened for the failing breath, listened closely, tensely, her face bent low to the fair head that lay so still upon her breast. But she heard nothing. Nothing but her own heart quickening, from fear to suspense, from suspense to the anguish of conviction. She lifted her face at last, and in the same instant there arose a sudden flood of song from the sleeping garden, as the first lark soared to meet the dawn. Half dazed, she listened to that marvellous outpouring of gladness, so wildly rapturous, so weirdly holy. On, ever on, pealed the bird voice, on to the very gates of heaven, and it seemed to the girl who listened as though she heard a child's spirit singing up the steeps of paradise. With her heart she followed it till suddenly she heard no more. The voice ceased as it had begun, ceased as a burst of music when an open door is closed, and there fell in its stead a silence that could be felt. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 35. The Armistice. She could not have said for how long she sat motionless, the slight inert body clasped against her breast. Vaguely she knew that the night passed, and with it the wondrous silence that had lain like a benediction upon the dawn. 1,000 living things awoke to rejoice in the crystal splendor of the morning. But within the quiet room the spell remained unlifted. The silence lay untouched. It was as though the presence of death had turned it into a peaceful sanctuary that no mere earthly tumult could disturb. She sat in a species of waking stupor for a long time, not daring to move lest the peace that enfolded her should be shattered. Higher and higher, the sun climbed up the sky till at last it topped the cedar trees and shone in upon her, throwing a single ray of purest gold across the foot of the bed. Fascinated, she watched it travel slowly upwards till a silent one-armed figure arose and softly drew the curtain. The room grew dim again. The world was shut out. She was not conscious of physical fatigue, only of a certain weariness of waiting for she knew not what. It seemed interminable, but she would not seek to end it. She was as a soldier waiting for the order to quit his post. There came a slight movement at last. Someone touched her, whispered to her. She looked up blankly and saw the nurse. But understanding seemed to have gone from her during those long hours. She could not take in a word. There arose a great surging in her brain, and the woman's face faded into an indistinct blur. She sat rigid, afraid to move lest she should fall. She heard vague whisperings over her head, and an arm that was like a steel spring encircled her. Someone lifted her burden gently from her, and a faint murmur reached her, such as a child makes in its sleep. Then the arm that supported her gradually raised her up, till she was on her feet. Mechanically she tried to walk, but was instantly overcome by a sick sense of powerlessness. "I can't," she gasped. "I can't." Nick's voice answered her in a quick, confident whisper. "Yes, you can, dear. It's all right. Hang on to me. I won't let you go." She obeyed him blindly. There was nothing else to do, and so half led, half carried, she tottered from the room. A glare of sunlight smote upon her from a passage window with a brilliance that almost hurt her. She stood still, clinging to Nick's shoulder. "Oh, Nick," she faltered weakly. "Why don't they pull down the blinds?" Nick turned aside, still closely holding her, into the room in which she had rested for the earlier part of the night. "Because, thank God," he said, "there is no need. Olga is going to live." He helped her down into an easy chair, and would have left her, but she clung to him still, weakly, but persistently. "Oh, Nick, don't laugh. Tell me the truth for once, please. Nick, please." He yielded to her so abruptly that she was half startled, dropping suddenly down upon his knees beside her, the morning light full upon his face. "I am telling you the truth," he said. I believe you have saved her life. She has been sleeping ever since sunrise." Muriel gazed at him speechlessly, but she no longer suspected him of trying to deceive her. If he had never told her the truth before that moment, he was telling it to her then. She gave a little gasping cry of relief unspeakable and hid her face. The next moment Nick was on his feet. She heard his quick, light step as he crossed the threshold, and realized thankfully that he had left her alone. A little later, a servant brought her a breakfast tray with a message from the master of the house, to the effect that he hoped she would go to bed and take a long rest. It was excellent advice, and she acted upon it, for since the worst strain was over, sleep had become an urgent necessity to her. She wondered as she lay down if Nick were following the same course. She hoped he was, for she had a curiously vivid memory of the lines that sleeplessness had drawn about his eyes. It was late afternoon when she awoke, and she sat swiftly up, with a confused sense of being watched. "Don't jump like that," a gruff voice said. "Lie down again at once. You are not to get up till tomorrow morning." She turned with a shaky laugh of welcome to find Dr. Jim seated frowning by her side. He laid a compelling hand upon her shoulder. "Lie down again, do you hear? There's nothing for you to do. Olga is much better and doesn't want you." "And Nick?" said Muriel. They were the first words that occurred to her. She said them hurriedly, with heightened color. Jim Ratcliffe frowned more than ever. He was feeling her pulse. "A nice couple of idiots you are," he grimly remarked. "You needn't worry about Nick. He has gone for a ride. As soon as he comes back he will dine and go to bed." "Can't I get up to dinner?" Muriel suggested. She could scarcely have said why she made the proposal, and she was certainly surprised when Jim Ratcliffe fell in with it. He looked at his watch. "Well, you may if you like. You will probably sleep the better for it. But I'll have no nonsense, mind, Muriel. You're to do as you're told." Muriel smiled acquiescence. She felt that everything was right now that Dr. Jim had returned to take the direction of affairs into his own hands. He had come back alone, and he intended to finish his holiday under Nick's roof. So much he told her before, with an abrupt smile. He thanked her for her care of his little girl, and took himself off. She almost regretted her decision when she came to get up, for the strain was telling upon her more than she had realized. Not since Simla days had she felt so utterly worn out. She was glad of the cup of tea which Dr. Jim sent in to her before she left her room. Sitting on the cushioned window seat to drink it, she heard the tread of a horse's feet along the drive, and with a start she saw Nick come into view round a bend. Her first impulse was to draw back out of sight, but the next moment she changed her mind and remained motionless. Her heart was suddenly beating very fast. He was riding very carelessly, the bridle lying on the horse's neck. The evening sun was shining full in his face, but he did not seem to mind. His head was thrown back. He rode like a returning conqueror, wearied it might be, but triumphant. Passing into the shadow of the house, he saw her instantly, and the smile that flashed into his face was one of sheer exultation. He dropped the bridle altogether to wave to her. "Up already? Have you seen old Jim?" She nodded. It was impossible at the moment not to reflect his smile. "I'm coming down soon," she told him. "Come now," said Nick persuasively. She hesitated. He was slipping from his horse. A groom came up and took the animal from him. Nick paused below her window and once more lifted his grinning, confident face. "I say, Muriel." She leaned down a little. "Well?" "Don't come if you don't want to, you know." She laughed half reluctantly, conscious of a queer desire to please him. Olga's words were running in her brain. He had fed on dust and ashes. Yet still she hesitated. "Will you wait for me?" "Till doomsday," said Nick obligingly. And drawn by a power that would not be withstood, she went down, still smiling, and joined him in the garden. End of chapter 35. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 4, Chapter 36 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eagle Strikes. Olga's recovery, when the crisis of the disease was past, was more rapid than even her father had anticipated, and this fact, combined with a spell of glorious summer weather, made the period of her quarantine very tedious, particularly as Nick was rigidly excluded from the sick room. At Olga's earnest request, Muriel consented to remain at Redlands. Daisy had written to postpone her own return to the cottage, having received 2 or 3 invitations which she wished to accept if Muriel could still spare her. Blake was in Scotland. His letters were not very frequent, and though his leave was nearly up, he did not speak of returning. Muriel was thus thrown upon Jim Radcliffe's care, a state of affairs which seemed to please him mightily. It was in fact his presence that made life easy for her just then. She saw considerably more of him than of Nick, the latter having completely relegated the duties of host to his brother. Though they met every day, they were seldom alone together, and she began to have a feeling that Nick's attitude towards her had undergone a change. His manner was now always friendly, but never intimate. He did not seek her society, but neither did he avoid her, and never by word or gesture did he refer to anything that had been between them in the past. She even wondered sometimes if there might not possibly have been another interpretation to Olga's story. That unwonted depression of his that the child had witnessed had surely never been inspired by her. She found the time pass quickly enough during those 6 weeks. The care of Olga occupied her very fully. She was always busy devising some new scheme for her amusement. Mrs. Radcliffe returned to Weir, and Dr. Jim determined to transfer Olga to her home as soon as she was out of quarantine. With paternal kindliness, he insisted that Muriel must accompany her. Daisy's return was still uncertain, though it could not be long delayed, and Muriel had no urgent desire to return to the lonely life on the shore. So, to Olga's outspoken delight, she yielded to the doctor's persuasion, and on the afternoon preceding the child's emancipation from her long imprisonment, she walked down to the cottage to pack her things. It was a golden day in the middle of September, and she lingered a while on the shore when her work was done. There was not a wave in all the vast shimmering sea. The tide was going out, and the shallow ripples were clear as glass as they ran out along the white beach. Muriel paused often in her walk. She was sorry to leave the little fishing village, realizing that she had been very happy there. Life had passed as smoothly as a dream of late, so smoothly that she had been content to live in the present with scarcely a thought for the future. This afternoon she had begun to realize that her peaceful time was drawing to an end. In a few weeks more she would be in town in all the bustle of preparation, and further still ahead of her, possibly 2 months, there loomed the prospect of her return to India, of Lady Bassett's soft patronage, of her marriage. She shivered a little as one after another these coming events presented themselves. There was not one of them that she would not have postponed with relief. She stood still with her face to the sunlit sea and told herself that her summer in England had been all too short, She had an almost passionate longing for just one more year of home. A pebble skimming past her and leaping from ripple to ripple like a living thing caught her attention. She turned sharply and the next moment smiled a welcome. Nick had come up behind her unperceived. She greeted him with pleasure unfeigned. She was tired of her own morbid thoughts just then. Whatever he might be, he was at least never depressing. "I'm saying goodbye," she told him. "I don't suppose I shall ever come here again." He came and stood beside her while he grubbed in the sand with a stick. "Not even to see me?" he suggested. "Are you going to live here?" she asked in surprise. "Oh, I suppose so," said Nick, "when I marry. Are you going to be married?" Almost in spite of her, the question leapt out. He looked up, grinning shrewdly. "I put it to you," he said. "Am I the sort of man to live alone?" She experienced a curious sense of relief. "But you are not alone in the world," she pointed out. "You have relations." "You regard marriage as the last resource?" questioned Nick. She colored and turned her face to the shore. "I don't think any man ought to marry unless he cares," she said, striving hard to keep the personal note out of her voice. "Exactly," said Nick, moving beside her. "But doesn't that remark apply to women as well?" She did not answer him. A discussion on this topic was the last thing she desired. He did not press the point, and she wondered a little at his forbearance. She glanced at him once or twice as they walked, but his humorous yellow face told her nothing. Reaching some rocks, he suddenly stopped. "I've got to get some seaweed for Olga. Do you mind waiting?" "I will help you," she answered. He shook his head. "No, you are tired. Just sit down in the sun. I won't be long." She seated herself without protest, and he turned to leave her. A few paces from her he paused, and she saw that he was trying to light a cigarette. He failed twice, and impulsively she sprang up. "Nick, why don't you ask me to help you?" He whizzed round. "Perhaps I don't want you to," he said quizzically. She took the matchbox from him. "Don't be absurd. Why shouldn't I?" She struck a match and held it out to him, but he did not take it from her. He took her wrist instead, and stooping forward, lighted his cigarette deliberately. She did not look at him. Some instinct warned her that his eyes were intently searching her face. She seemed to feel them darting over her in piercing, impenetrable scrutiny. He released her slowly at length and stood up. "Am I to have the pleasure of dancing at your wedding?" he asked suddenly. She looked up then very sharply, and against her will a burning blush rose up to her temples. He waited for her answer, and at last it came. "If you think it worth your while." "I would come to the other side of the world to see you made happy," said Nick. She turned her face aside. "You are very kind." "Think so?" There was a note of banter in his voice. "It's the first time you ever accused me of that." She made no rejoinder. She had a feeling at the throat that prevented speech, even had she had any words to utter. Certainly, as he had discovered, she was very tired. It was physical weariness, no doubt, but she had an almost overmastering desire to shed childish tears. "You trot back now," said Nick cheerily. "I can grub along quite well by myself." She turned back silently. Why was it that the world seemed so gray and cold on that golden summer afternoon? She sat down again in the sunshine and began to trace an aimless design in the sand with the stick Nick had left behind. Away in the distance she heard his cracked voice humming. Was he really as cheerful as he seemed, she wondered, or was he merely making the best of things? Again her thoughts went back to Olga's pathetic little revelation. Strange that she who knew him so intimately should never have seen him in such a mood. But did she know him after all? It was a question she had asked herself many times of late. She remembered how he had lightly told her that he had a reverse side, but had she ever really seen it, save for those brief glimpses by Olga's bedside and as it was reflected in the child's whole-souled devotion to him? She wished with all her heart that he would lift the veil just once for her and show her his inner soul. Again, her thoughts passed to her approaching marriage. She had received a letter from Blake that day, telling her at length of his plans. He and Daisy had been staying in the same house, but he was just returning to town. He was to sail in less than a fortnight and would come and say goodbye to her immediately before his departure. The letter had been courteously kind throughout, but she had not felt tempted to read it again. It contained no reference to their wedding, save such as she chose to attribute to the concluding sentence, "We can talk everything over when we meet." A sense of chill struck her when she recalled the words. He was very kind, of course, and invariably meant well, but she had begun to realize of late that there were times when she found him a little heavy and unresponsive. Not that she had ever desired any demonstration of tenderness from him, heaven knew, but the very consciousness that she had not desired this added to the chill. She was not quite sure that she wanted to see him again before he sailed. Certainly he had never bored her, but it was not inconceivable that he might do so. She shivered ever so slightly. It was not an exciting prospect, life with Blake. He was quite sure to be kind to her. He would consider her in every way, but was that after all quite all she wanted? A great sigh welled suddenly up from the bottom of her heart. Life was ineffably dreary when it was not revoltingly horrible. "Shall I tell you what is the matter?" said Nick. She started violently and found him leaning across the flat rock on which she was seated. His eyes were remarkably bright. She had a feeling that he suppressed a laugh as his look flickered over her. "Sorry I made you jump," he said. "You ought to be used to me by this time. Anyhow, you needn't be frightened. My venom was extracted long ago." She turned to him with sudden, unconsidered impulse. "Oh, Nick," she said, "I sometimes think to myself I've been a great fool." He nodded. Her vehemence did not seem to surprise him. "I thought it would strike you sooner or later," he said. She laughed in spite of herself, with her eyes full of tears. "There's not much comfort in that." "I haven't any comfort to give you," said Nick. "Not at this stage. I'll give you advice if you like, which I know you won't take." "No, please don't. That would be even worse." There was a tremor in her voice. She knew that she had stepped off the beaten track, but she had an intense, an almost passionate longing to go a little further, to penetrate, if only for a moment, that perpetual mask. "Don't let us talk of my affairs," she said. "Tell me of your own. What are you going to do?" Nick's eyebrows went up. "I thought I was coming to your wedding," he remarked. "That's as far as I've got at present." She made a gesture of impatience. "Do you never think of the future?" "Not in your presence," laughed Nick. "I think of you, and only you. Didn't you know?" She turned away in silence. Was he tormenting her deliberately, or did he fail to see that she was in earnest? There followed a pause, and then, urged by that unknown impulse that would not be repressed, she did a curious thing. She got up, and facing him, she made a very earnest appeal. "Nick, why do you always treat me like this? Why will you never be honest with me?" There was more pain than reproach in the words. Her voice was deep and very sad. But Nick scarcely looked at her. He was pulling tufts of dried seaweed off the rock on which he leaned. "My dear girl," he said, "how can you expect it?" "Expect it?" she echoed. "I don't understand. What do you mean?" He drew himself slowly to a sitting posture. "How can I be honest with you," he said, "when you are not honest with yourself?" "What do you mean?" she said again. He gave her an odd look. "You really want me to tell you?" "Of course I do," she spoke sharply. The old scared feeling was awake within her, but she would not yield to it. Now or never would she read the enigma. She would know the truth, cost what it might. "What I mean is this," said Nick. "You won't own it, of course, but you are cheating, and you are afraid to stop. There isn't one woman in 10,000 who has the pluck to throw down the cards when once she has begun to cheat. She goes on, as you will go on, to the end of her life, simply because she daren't do otherwise. You are out of the straight, Muriel. That's why everything is such a hideous failure. You are going to marry the wrong man, and you know it." He looked up at her again for an instant as he said it. He had spoken with his usual shrewd decision, and there was no hint of excitement from him. He might have been discussing some matter of a purely impersonal nature. Muriel stood mutely poking holes in the sand. She could find nothing to say to this matter-of-fact indictment. "And now," Nick proceeded, "I will tell you why you are doing it." She started at that and looked up with flaming cheeks. "I don't think I want to hear any more, Nick. It's rather late in the day, isn't it?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I knew you would be afraid to face it. It's easier, isn't it, to go on cheating?" Her eyes gleamed for a moment. He had flicked a tender place. "Very well," she said proudly. "Say what you like, it will make no difference. But please understand that I admit none of this." Nick's grin leapt goblin-like across his face and was gone. "I never expected it of you," he told her coolly. "You would sooner die than admit it, simply because it would be infinitely easier for you to die. You will be false to yourself, false to Grange, false to me, rather than lower that miserable little rag of pride that made you jilt me at Simla. I didn't blame you so much then. You were only a child. You didn't understand, but that excuse won't serve you now. You are a woman, and you know what love is. You don't call it by its name, but nonetheless you know it." He paused for an instant, for Muriel had made a swift gesture of protest. "I don't think you know what you're saying," she said, her voice very low. He sprang up abruptly to his feet. "Yes," he said, speaking very rapidly. "That's how you will trick yourself to your dying day. It's a way women have, but it doesn't help them. It won't help you. For that thing in your heart, the thing that is fighting for air, the thing you won't own, the thing that drove you to Grange for protection, will never die. That is why you are miserable. You may do what you will to it, hide it, smother it, trample it, but it will survive for all that. All your life it will be there. You will never forget it, though you will try to persuade yourself that it belongs to a dead past. All your life." His voice vibrated suddenly, and the ever-shifting eyes blazed into leaping flame. "All your life you will remember that I was once yours to take or to throw away, and you wanted me, yet you chose to throw me away." Fiercely he flung the words at her. There was nothing impersonal about him now. He was vitally, overwhelmingly in earnest. A deep glow covered the parchment face. The man was, as it were, electrified by passion, and Muriel gazed at him as one gazing upon sudden disaster. What was this that he had said to her? He had rent the veil aside for her indeed, but to what dread vision had he opened her eyes? The old paralyzing fear was knocking at her heart. She dreaded each instant to see the devil leap out upon his face. But as the seconds passed, she realized that he was still his own master. He had flung down the gauntlet, but he would go no further unless she took it up. And this she could not do. She knew that she was no match for him. He was watching her narrowly, she knew, and after a few palpitating moments, she nerved herself to meet his look. She felt as if it scorched her, but she would not shrink. Not for a moment must he fancy that those monstrous words of his had pierced her quivering heart. Whatever happened later, when this stunned sense of shock had left her, she must not seem to take them seriously now, with his watching eyes upon her. And so, at last she lifted her head and faced him with a little quivering laugh, brave enough in itself, but how piteous she never guessed. "I don't think you are quite so clever as you used to be, Nick," she told him. "Though I admit," her lips trembled, "that you are very amusing sometimes. Blake once told me you had the eyes of a snake charmer. Is it true, I wonder? Anyhow, they don't charm me." She stopped rather breathlessly, half frightened by his stillness. Would he understand that it was not her intention to defy him, that she was only refusing the conflict? For a few moments her heart beat tumultuously, and then came a great throb of relief. Yes, he understood. She had naught to fear. He put his hand sharply over his eyes, turning from her. I have never tried to charm you, he said, in a voice that sounded curiously choked and unfamiliar. I have only loved you. In the silence that followed, he began to walk away from her, moving noiselessly over the sand. Mutely she watched him, but she dared not call him back, and very soon she was quite alone. End of Part 4, Chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 37. The Penalty for Sentiment. It did not take Dr. Jim long to discover that some trouble, or at the least some perplexity, was weighing upon his young guest's mind. He also shrewdly remarked that it dated from the commencement of her visit at his house. No one else noticed it, but this was not surprising. There was always plenty to occupy the attention in the Radcliffe household, and only Dr. Jim managed to keep a sharp eye upon every member thereof. Moreover, by a casual observer, there was little or nothing that was unusual to be detected in Muriel's manner. Quiet she certainly was, but she was by no means listless. Her laugh did not always ring quite true, that was all, and her eyes drooped a little wearily from time to time. There were other symptoms, very slight, wholly imperceptible to any but a trained eye, yet not one of which escaped Dr. Jim. He made no comment, but throughout that first week of her stay he watched her, unperceived, biding his time. During several motor rides on which she accompanied him, he maintained this attitude while she sat all unsuspecting by his side. She had never detected any subtlety in this staunch friend of hers, and unlike Daisy, she felt no fear of him. His blunt sincerity had never managed to wound her. And so it was almost inevitable that she would give him his opportunity at last. Late one evening she entered his consulting room where he was busy writing. "I want to talk to you," she said. "Is it very inconvenient?" The doctor leaned back in his chair. "Sit down there," he said, pointing to one immediately facing him. She laughed and obeyed, faintly blushing. "I'm not a patient, you know." He drew his black brows together. "It's very late. Why don't you go to bed?" "Because I want to talk to you." "You can do that tomorrow," bluntly rejoined Dr. Jim. "You can't afford to sacrifice your sleep to chatter." "I'm not sacrificing any sleep," Muriel told him rather wearily. "I never sleep before morning." He laid down his pen and gave her one of his hard looks. "Then you are a very silly girl," he said curtly at length. "It isn't my fault," she protested. He shrugged his shoulders. "You all say that. It's the most ordinary lie I know." Muriel smiled. "I know you're longing to give me something nasty. You may if you like. I'll take it, whatever it is." Dr. Jim was silent for a space. He continued to regard her steadily, with a scrutiny that spared her nothing. She sat quite still under it. He had never disconcerted her yet, but when he leaned suddenly forward and took her wrist between his fingers, she made a slight instinctive effort to frustrate him. "Be still," he ordered. "What makes you so absurdly nervous? Want of sleep, eh?" Her lips trembled a little. "Don't probe too deep, Doctor," she pleaded. "I'm not very happy just now." "Why don't you tell me what is the matter?" he asked gruffly. She did not answer, and he continued frowning over her pulse. "What do you want to talk to me about?" he asked at last. She looked up with an effort. "Oh, nothing much. Only a letter from Mrs. Langdale, who lives in town. She's going to India in November, and says she will take charge of me if I care to go with her. She has invited me to go and stay with her beforehand." "Well," said Jim, as she paused. "I don't want to go," she said. "Do you think I ought? She's Lady Bassett's sister." "I think it would probably do you good." "If that's what you mean," he returned. "But I don't suppose that consideration has much weight with you. Why don't you want to go?" "I don't like strangers, and I hate Lady Bassett," Muriel answered with absolute simplicity. "Then there is Daisy. I don't know what her plans are. I always thought we should go east together." "There's no sense in waiting for Daisy's plans to develop," declared Jim. "She is as changeable as the wind. Possibly Nick will be able to make up her mind for her. I fancy he means to try." "Nick? You don't mean he will travel with Daisy?" There was an almost tragic note in Muriel's voice. She looked up quickly into the shrewd eyes that watched her. "Why shouldn't he?" said Jim. "I don't know. I never thought of it." Muriel leaned back again, a faint frown of perplexity between her eyes. "Perhaps," she said slowly at length, "I had better go to Mrs. Langdale." "I should in your place," said Jim. "That handsome soldier of yours won't want to be kept waiting, eh?" "Oh, he wouldn't mind." The weariness was apparent again in her voice, and with it a tinge of bitterness. "He never minds anything," she said. Jim grunted disapproval. "And you? Are you equally indifferent?" Her pale face flushed vividly. She was silent a moment, and then suddenly she sat up and met his look fully. "You'll think me contemptible, I know," she said, a great quiver in her voice. "I can't help it." "You must, Dr. Jim. I'll tell you the truth. I don't want to go to India. I don't want to be married at all." She ended with a swift rush of irrepressible tears. It was out at last, this trouble of hers that had been gradually growing behind the barrier of her reserve, and it seemed to burst over her in the telling in a great wave of adversity. "I've done nothing but make mistakes," she sobbed, "ever since Daddy died." Dr. Jim got up quietly to lock the door. The grimness had passed from his face. "My dear," he said gruffly, "we all of us make mistakes directly we begin to run alone." He returned and sat down again close to her, waiting for her to recover herself. She slipped out a trembling hand to him, and he took it very kindly, but he said no more until she spoke. "It's very difficult to know what to do." "It is?" "I should have said you were past that stage." His tone was uncompromising, but the warm grip of his hand made up for it. His directness did not dismay her. "If you are quite sure you don't care for the fellow, your duty is quite plain." Muriel raised her head slowly. "Yes, but it isn't quite so simple as that, Doctor. You see, it's not as if we either of us ever imagined we were in love with each other." Jim's eyebrows went up. "As bad as that?" She leaned her chin on her hand. "I am sure there are crowds of people who marry without ever being in love." "Yes," said Jim curtly, "and kindled their own hell in doing it." She started a little. "You think that?" "I know it. I've seen it over and over again. Full half of the world's misery is due to it. But you won't do that, Muriel. I know you too well." Muriel glanced up at him. "Do you know me? I don't think you would have expected me to accept him in the first place." "Depends what you did it for," said Jim. She fell suddenly silent. slowly twisting the ring on her finger. He knew why. She said at last in a very low voice, In fact, he asked me for that reason. And the reason still exists?" She bent her head. "Yes." "A reason you are ashamed of?" pursued the doctor. She did not answer, and he drew his great brows together in deep thought. "You don't propose to take me any further into your confidence?" he asked at last. She made a quick, impulsive movement. You, I think you know." "Well, let me tell you what I know," he said. She shrank perceptibly. If you won't make it too hard for me." "I can't answer for that," he returned. "It depends entirely upon yourself. My knowledge does not amount to anything very staggering in itself. It is only this, that I know a certain person who would cheerfully sacrifice all he has to make you happy, and that you have no more cause to fear persecution from that person than from the man in the moon." He paused, but Muriel did not speak. She was still absently turning her engagement ring round and round. "To verify this," he said, "I will tell you something which I am sure you don't know, which in fact puzzled me too, considerably for some time. He has already sacrificed more than most men would care to venture in a doubtful cause. It was no part of his plan to follow you to England. He set his face against it so strongly that he very nearly ended his mortal career for good and all in so doing. As it was, he suffered for his lunacy pretty heavily. You know what happened. He was forced to come in the end, and he paid the forfeit for his delay." Again he paused, for Muriel had sprung upright with such tragedy in her eyes that he knew he had said enough. The next moment she was on her feet, quivering all over as one grievously wounded. "Oh, do you know what you're saying?" she said, and in her voice there throbbed the cry of a woman's wrung heart. Surely he never did that for me." He did not seem to notice her agitation. It was a fairly big price to pay for a piece of foolish sentiment, eh? He said. "Let us hope he will know better next time." He looked up at her with a faintly cynical smile, but she was standing with her face averted. He saw only that her chin was quivering, like a hurt child's. "Come," he said at length. "I didn't tell you this to distress you, you know, only to set your mind at rest, so that you might sleep easy." She mastered herself with an effort and turned towards him. "I know, yes, I know. You have been very kind. Good night, Doctor." He rose and went with her to the door. "You are not going to lie awake over this?" She shook her head. "Good night," she said again. He watched her down the passage, and then returned to his writing. He smiled to himself as he sat down, but this time wholly without cynicism. "No, Nick, my boy," he said, as he drove his pen into the ink. "She won't lie awake for you, but she'll cry herself to sleep for your sake, you gibbering one-armed ape. And the new love will be the old love before the week is out, or I am no weather prophet." End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 38. The Watcher of the Cliff. The gale that raged along the British coasts that autumn was the wildest that had been known for years. It swelled quite suddenly out of the last breezes of a superb summer, and by the middle of September it had become a monster of destruction, devastating the shore. The crumbling cliffs of Brethaven testified to its violence. Beating rain and colossal, shattering waves united to accomplish ruin and destruction, and the little fishing village looked on aghast. It was on the third day of the storm that news was brought to Nick of a landslip on his own estate. He had been in town ever since his guest's departure, and had only returned on the previous evening. He did not contemplate a long stay. The place was lonely without Olga, and he was not yet sufficiently proficient in shooting with one arm to enjoy the sport, especially in solitude. He was in fact simply waiting for an opportunity, which he was convinced must occur before long, of keeping a certain promise made to a friend of his on a night of early summer in the Indian Plains. It was a wild day of drifting squalls and transient gleams of sunshine. He grimaced to himself as he sauntered forth after luncheon to view the damage that had been wrought upon his property. The ground he trod was sodden with long rain, and the cedars beyond the lawn plunged heavily to and fro in melancholy unrest, flinging great drops upon him as he passed. The force of the gale was terrific, and he had to bend himself nearly double to meet it. With difficulty he forced his way to the little summer house that overlooked the shore. He marveled somewhat to find it still standing, but it was sturdily built and would probably endure as long as the ground beneath it remained unshaken. But beyond it a great gap yawned. The daisy-covered space on which they had sat that afternoon, now many weeks ago, had disappeared. Nothing of it remained but a crumbling desolation to which the daisies still clung here and there. Nick stood in such shelter as the summer house afforded, and looked forth upon the heaving waste of waters. The tide was rising. He could see the great waves swirling white around the rocks. Several landslips were visible from this post of observation. The village was out of sight, tucked away behind a great shoulder of cliff. But an old ruined cottage that had been uninhabited for some time had entirely disappeared. Stacks of seaweed had been thrown up upon the deserted shore, and lay in great masses above the breakers. The roar of the incoming tide was like the continuous roll of thunder. It was a splendid spectacle, and for some time he stood with his face to the driving wind, gazing out upon the empty sea. There was not a single vessel in all that wide expanse. Slowly, at last, his vision narrowed. His eyes came down to the great gash at his feet where red earth and tufts of grass mingled, where the daisies had grown on that June day, where she had sat proud and aloof and watched him fooling with the white petals. Very vividly he recalled that summer afternoon, her scorn of him, her bitter hostility, and the horror he had surprised in her dark eyes when the hawk had struck. He laughed oddly to himself, his teeth clenched upon his lower lip. How furiously she had hated him that day. He turned to go, but paused, arrested by some instinct that bade him cast one more look downwards along the howling shore. In another moment he was lying full length upon the rotten ground, staring intently down upon the group of rocks more than 200 feet below him. Two figures, a man and a woman, had detached themselves from the shelter of these rocks, and were moving slowly, very slowly, towards the path that led inwards from the shore. They were closely linked together. So much his first glance told him. But there was something in the man's gait that caught the eye, and upon which Nick's whole attention was instantly focused. He could not see the face, but the loose-slung, gigantic limbs were familiar to him. With all his knowledge of the world of men, he had not seen many such. Slowly the two approached, till they stood almost immediately beneath him, and there, as upon mutual impulse, they stopped. It was a corner protected from the driving blast by the crumbling mass of cliff that had slipped in the night. The rain was falling heavily again, but neither the two on the shore nor the solitary watcher stretched on the perilous edge of the cliff seemed aware of it. All were intent upon other things. Suddenly the woman raised her face, and with a movement that was passionate, reached up her arms and clasped them about the man's bent neck. She was speaking, but no sound or echo of words was audible in that tumult. Only her face, lifted to the beating rain, with its passion of love, its anguish of pain, told the motionless spectator something of their significance. It was hidden from him almost at once by the man's massive head, but he had seen enough, more than enough, to verify a certain suspicion which had long been quartered at the back of his brain. Stealthily he drew himself back from the cliff edge and sat up on the damp grass. Again his eyes swept the horizon. There was something of a glare in them. He was drenched through and through by the rain, but he did not know it. Had Muriel seen him at that moment, she might have likened him with a shudder to an eagle that viewed its quarry from afar. He returned to the house without further lingering, and spent the 2 hours that followed in prowling ceaselessly up and down his library. At the end of that time he sat down suddenly at the writing table and scrawled a hasty note. His face as he did so was like the face of an old man, but without the tolerance of age. Finishing, he rang for his servant. "Take this note," he said, "and ask at the Brethaven Arms if a gentleman named Captain Grange is putting up there. If he is, send in the note, and wait for an answer. If he is not, bring it back." The man departed, and Nick resumed his prowling. It seemed that he could not rest. Once he went to the window and opened it to listen to the long roar of the sea. But the fury of the blast was such that he could scarcely stand against it. He shut it out and resumed his tramp. The return of his messenger brought him to a standstill. "Captain Grange was there, sir. Here is his answer." Nick grabbed the note with a gesture that might have indicated either impatience or relief. He held the envelope between his teeth to slit it open, and they left a deep mark upon it. "Dear Radcliffe," he read, "if I can get to you through this murderous storm, I will. Expect me at 8 o'clock. Yours, B. Grange." "All right," said Nick over his shoulder. "Captain Grange will dine with me." With the words he dropped the note into the fire and then went away to dress. End of chapter 38. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 4, Chapter 39 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 4, Chapter 39 by Single Combat. By 8 o'clock, Nick was lounging in the hall, awaiting his guest, but it was more than a quarter of an hour later that the latter presented himself. Nick himself admitted him with a cheery grin. "Come in," he said. "You've had a pretty filthy walk." "Infernal," said Grange gloomily. He entered with a heavy, rather bullied air, as if he had come against his will. Shaking hands with his host, he glanced at him somewhat suspiciously. "Glad you managed to come," said Nick hospitably. "What did you want to see me for?" asked Grange. "The pleasure of your society, of course." Nick's benignity was unassailable, but there was a sharp edge to it somewhere of which Grange was uneasily aware. "Come along and dine. We can talk afterwards." Grange accompanied him moodily to the dining room. "I thought you were away," he remarked as they sat down. "I was," said Nick. "Came back last night. When do you sail?" "On Friday. I came down to say goodbye." "Muriel is at Weir," observed Nick. "Yes, I shall go on there tomorrow. Daisy is only here for a night or two to pack up her things." "And then?" said Nick. Grange stiffened perceptibly. "I don't know what her plans are. She never makes up her mind till the last minute." Nick laughed. "She evidently hasn't taken you into her confidence. She is going east this winter." Grange looked up sharply. "I don't believe it." "It's true all the same," said Nick indifferently, and forthwith forsook the subject. He started other topics, racing, polo, politics, airily ignoring his guest's undeniable surliness, till at last Grange's uneasiness began to wear away. He gradually overcame his depression and had even managed to capture some of his customary courtesy before the end of dinner. His attitude was quite friendly when they finally adjourned to the library to smoke. Nick followed him into the room and stopped to shut the door. Grange had gone straight to the fire, and he did not see him slip something into his pocket as he came forward. But he did, after several minutes of abstraction, discover something not quite normal in Nick's silence, and glanced down at him to ascertain what it was. Nick had flung himself into a deep easy-chair, and was lying quite motionless, with his head back upon the cushion. His eyes were closed. He had been smoking when he entered, but he had dropped his cigar half-consumed into an ashtray. Grange looked at him with renewed uneasiness and looked away again. He could not help feeling that there was some moral tension somewhere, but he had never possessed a keen perception. He could not have said wherein it lay. He retired into his shell once more and sat down facing his host in silence that had become dogged. Suddenly, without moving, Nick spoke. His words were slightly more deliberate than usual, very even, very distinct. "To come to the point," he said, "I saw you on the shore this afternoon, you and Mrs. Musgrave." "What?" Grange gave a great start and stared across at him, gripping the arms of his chair. Nick's face, however, remained quite expressionless. "I saw you," he repeated. With an effort, Grange recovered himself. "Did you, though? I wondered how you knew I was down here. Where were you?" There was an abrupt tremor behind Nick's eyelids, but they remained closed. "I was on the top of the cliff, on my own ground, watching you." Dead silence followed his answer, a silence through which the sound of the sea half a mile away swelled terribly like the roar of a monster in torment. Then at last Nick's eyes opened. He looked Grange straight in the face. "What are you going to do?" he said. Grange's hands dropped heavily from the chair arms, and his whole great frame drooped slowly forward. He made no further attempt at evasion, realizing the utter futility of such a course. "Do," he said wearily. "Nothing." "Nothing?" said Nick swiftly. "No, nothing," he repeated, staring with a dull intentness at the ground between his feet. "It's an old story, and the less said about it the better. I can't discuss it with you or anyone. I think it was a pity you took the trouble to watch me this afternoon." He spoke with a certain dignity, albeit he refused to meet Nick's eyes. He looked unutterably tired. Nick lay quite motionless in his chair, inscrutably still, save for the restless glitter behind his colorless eyelashes. At length, "Do you remember a conversation we had in this room a few months ago?" he asked. Grange shook his head slightly, too engrossed with his miserable thoughts to pay much attention. "Well, think," Nick said insistently. "It had to do with your engagement to Muriel Roscoe. Perhaps you have forgotten that, too?" Grange looked up then, shaking off his lethargy with a visible effort. He got slowly to his feet and drew himself up to his full giant height. "No," he said, "I have not forgotten it." "Then," said Nick, "once more, what are you going to do?" Grange's face darkened. He seemed to hesitate upon the verge of vehement speech, but he restrained himself, though the hot blood mounted to his temples. "I have never yet broken my word to a woman," he said. "I am not going to begin now." "Why not?" said Nick, with a grin that was somehow fiendish. Grange ignored the jibe. "There is no reason why I should not marry her," he said. "No reason?" Nick's eyes flashed upwards for an instant, and a curious sense of insecurity stabbed Grange. Nevertheless, he made unfaltering reply. "No reason whatever." Nick sat up slowly and regarded him with minute attention. "Are you serious?" he asked finally. "I am absolutely serious," Grange told him sternly. "And I warn you, Radcliffe, this is not a subject upon which I will bear interference." "Man alive," jeered Nick. "You must think I'm damned easily scared." He got up with the words, jerking his meager body upright with a slight fierce movement, and stood in front of Grange, arrogantly daring. "Now just listen to this," he said. "I don't care a damn how you take it, so you may as well take it quietly. It's no concern of mine to know how you have whitewashed this thing over and made it look clean and decent and honorable to your fastidious eye. What I'm concerned in is to prevent Muriel Roscoe making an unworthy marriage, and that I mean to do. I told you in the summer that she should be no man's second best, and by heavens she never shall. I had my doubts of you then. I know you now, and I swear by all things sacred that I will see you dead sooner than married to her." He broke off for a moment as though to get a firmer grip upon himself. His face was terrible, his body tense as though controlled by tight-strung wires. Before Grange could speak, he went on rapidly, with a resolution more deadly, if less passionate than before. "If either of you had ever cared, it might have been a different matter, but you never did. I knew that you never did. I never troubled to find out your reason for proposing to her. No doubt it was strictly honorable, but I always knew why she accepted you. Did you know that, I wonder?" "Yes, I did." Grange's voice was deep and savage. He glowered down upon him in rising fury. "It was to escape you." Nick's eyes flamed back like the eyes of a crouching beast. He uttered a sudden dreadful laugh. "Yes, to escape me," he said. "To escape me, and it has fallen to me to deliver her from her chivalrous protector. If you look all round that, you may see something funny in it." "Funny," burst forth Grange, letting himself go at last. "It's what you've been playing for all along, you infernal mountebank. But you have overreached yourself this time. For that very reason, I will never give her up." He swung past Nick with the words, goaded past endurance, desperately aware that he could not trust himself within arm's length of that jibing, devilish countenance. He reached the door and seized the handle, wrenched furiously for a few seconds, then flung violently round. "Radcliffe," he exclaimed, "for your own sake I advise you not to keep me here." But Nick had remained with his face to the fire. He did not so much as glance over his shoulder. He had suddenly grown intensely quiet. "I haven't quite done with you," he said. "There is just one thing more I have to say." Grange was already striding back like an enraged bull, but something in the voice or attitude of the man who leaned against the mantelpiece without troubling to face him brought him up short. Against his will, he halted. "Well?" he demanded. "It's only this," said Nick. You know as well as I do that I possess the means to prevent your marriage to Muriel Roscoe, and I shall certainly use that means unless you give her up of your own accord. You see what it would involve, don't you? The sacrifice of your precious honor, and not yours only." He paused as if to allow full vent to Grange's anger, but still he did not change his position. "You damned cur," said Grange, his voice hoarse with concentrated passion. Nick took up his tale as if he had not heard. "But, on the other hand, if you will write and set her free now, at once, I don't care how you do it, you can tell any likely lie that occurs to you. I, on my part, will swear to you that I will give her up entirely, that I will never plague her again, will never write to her or attempt in any way to influence her life, unless she, on her own initiative, makes it quite clear that she desires me to do so." He ceased, and there fell a dead silence, broken only by the lashing rain upon the windows and the long deep roar of the sea. He seemed to be listening to them with bent head, but in reality he heard nothing at all. He had made the final sacrifice for the sake of the woman he loved. To secure her happiness, her peace of mind, he had turned his face to the desert, at last, and into it he would go, empty, beaten, crippled, to return no more forever. Across the lengthening silence, Grange's voice came to him. There was a certain hesitation in it, as though he were not altogether sure of his ground. "I am to take your word for all that?" Nick turned swiftly round. "You can do as you choose. I have nothing else to offer you." Grange abandoned the point abruptly, feeling as a man who has lost his footing in a steep place and is powerless to climb back. Perhaps even he was vaguely conscious of something colossal hidden away behind that baffling wrinkled mask. "Very well," he said, with that dogged dignity in which Englishmen clothe themselves in the face of defeat. "Then you will take my word to set her free." "Tonight?" said Nick. "Tonight." There was another pause, then Nick crossed to the door and unlocked it. "I will take your word," he said. A few seconds later, when Grange had gone, he softly shut and locked the door once more and returned to his chair before the fire. Great gusts of rain were being flung against the window panes. The wind howled near and far with a fury that seemed to set the walls vibrating. Now and then dense puffs of smoke blew out across the hearth into the room, and the atmosphere grew thick and stifling. But Nick did not seem aware of these things. He sat on, unheeding, in the midst of his dust and ashes while the storm raged relentlessly above his head. End of Part 4, Chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 40. The Woman's Choice. With the morning there came a lull in the tempest, though the great waves that spent themselves upon the shore seemed scarcely less mountainous than when they rode before the full force of the storm. In Daisy Musgrave's cottage above the beach, a woman with a white, jaded face sat by the window writing. A foreign envelope with an Indian stamp lay on the table beside her. It had not been opened, and once, glancing up, she pushed it slightly from her with a nervous, impatient movement. Now and then she sat with her head upon her hand, thinking, and each time she emerged from her reverie, it was to throw a startled look towards the sea, as though its ceaseless roar unnerved her. Nevertheless, at sight of a big, loosely slung figure walking slowly up the flagged path, a quick smile flashed into her face, making it instantly beautiful. She half rose from her chair, and then dropped back again, still faintly smiling, while the light which only one man's coming can kindle upon any woman's face shone upon hers, erasing all weariness and bitterness while it lingered. At the opening of the door, she turned without rising. "So you have come after all, but I knew you would. Sit down a minute and wait while I finish this tiresome letter I have just done." She was already scribbling last words as fast as her pen would move, and her visitor waited for her without a word. In a few minutes she turned to him again. "I have been writing a note to Muriel, explaining things a little. She doesn't yet know that I am here, but it would be no good for her to join me, for I am only packing. I shall leave as soon as I can get away. And she, too, is going almost at once to Mrs. Langdale, I believe. So we shall probably not meet again at present. You will be seeing her this afternoon. Will you give it to her?" She held the letter out to him, but he made no move to take it. His face was very pale, more sternly miserable than she had ever seen it. "I think you had better post it," he said. She rose and looked at him attentively. "Why, what's the matter, Blake?" she said. He did not answer, and she went on immediately, still with her eyes steadily uplifted. "Do you know, Blake, I have been thinking all night, and I have made up my mind to have done with all this foolish sentimentality finally and forever. From today forward, I enter onto the prosaic middle-aged stage. I was upset yesterday at the thought of losing you so soon. It's been a lovely summer, hasn't it?" She stifled a sigh, half-uttered. "Well, it's over. You have to go back to India, and we must just make the best of it." He made a sharp movement, but said nothing. The next moment he dropped down heavily into a chair and sat bowed, his head in his hands. Daisy stood looking at him, and slowly her expression changed. A very tender look came into her eyes, a look that made her seem older, and at the same time more womanly. Very quietly she sat down on the arm of his chair and laid her hand upon him, gently rubbing it to and fro. "My own boy, don't fret, she said. "You'll be happier by and by, I'm sure of it." He took the little hand from his shoulder and held it against his eyes. At last, after several seconds of silence, he spoke. "Daisy, I have broken my engagement." Daisy gave a great start. A deep glow overspread her face, but it faded very swiftly, leaving her white to the lips. "My dear Blake, why?" she whispered. He answered her with his head down. "It was Nick Ratliff's doing. He made me." "Made you, Blake? What do you mean?" Sullenly, Grange made answer. "He had got the whip hand, and I couldn't help myself. He saw us on the shore together yesterday afternoon, made up his mind then and there that I was no suitable partner for Muriel, got me to go and dine with him, and told me so." "But, Blake, how absurd!" Daisy spoke with a palpable effort. "How? How utterly unreasonable! What made you give in to him?" Grange would not tell her. "I shouldn't have done so," he said moodily, "if he hadn't given his word that he would never pester Muriel again. She's well rid of me anyhow. He was right there. She will probably see it in the same light." "What did you say to her?" questioned Daisy. "Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? I didn't see her. I wrote. I didn't tell her anything that it was unnecessary for her to know. In fact, I didn't give her any particular reason at all. She'll think me an infernal cad, and so I am." "You are not, Blake," she declared vehemently. "You are not." He was silent, still tightly clasping her hand. After a pause, she made a gentle movement to withdraw it, but at that he turned with a sudden mastery and thrust his arms about her. "Daisy," he broke out passionately, "I can't do without you. I can't. I can't. I've tried. Heaven knows how I've tried. But it can't be done.
It was madness ever to attempt to separate us. We were bound to come together again. I have been drifting towards you always, always, even when I wasn't thinking of you. Fiercely the hot words rushed out. He was holding her fast, though had she made the smallest effort to free herself, he would have let her go. But Daisy sat quite still, neither yielding nor resisting. Only at his last words her lips quivered in a smile of tenderest ridicule. "I know, my poor old Blake," she said, like a good ship without a rudder, caught in a strong current. "And it has been the same with you," he insisted. "You have always wanted me more than—" He did not finish, for her hand was on his lips, restraining him. "You mustn't say it, dear. You mustn't say it. It hurts us both too much. There, let me go. It does no good, you know. It's all so vain and futile now." Her voice trembled suddenly, and she ceased to speak. He caught her hand away, looking straight up at her, with that newborn mastery of his that made him so infinitely hard to resist. "If it is quite vain," he said, "then tell me to go, and I will." She tried to meet his eyes, but found she could not. "I shall have to, Blake," she said in a whisper. "I am waiting," he said doggedly. But she could not say the word. She turned her face away and sat silent. He waited with absolute patience for minutes. Then at last, very gently, he took his arms away from her and stood up. "I'm going back to the inn," he said, "and I shall wait there till tomorrow morning for your answer. If you send me away, I shall go without seeing you again. But if you decide otherwise—" He lowered his voice, as if he could not wholly trust it. "Then I shall apply at once for leave to resign. And, Daisy, we will go to the New World together, and make up there for all the happiness we have missed in the Old." He ended almost under his breath, and she seemed to hear his heart beat through the words. It was almost too much for her even then, but she held herself back, for there was that in her woman's soul that clamored to be heard, the patter of tiny feet that had never ceased to echo there, the high chirp of a baby's voice, the vision of a toddling child with eager arms outstretched. And so she held her peace and let him go, though the struggle within her left her physically weak and cold, and she did not dare to raise her eyes, lest he should surprise the love-light in them once again. It had come to this at last then, the final dividing of the ways, the definite choice between good and evil, and she knew in her heart what that choice would be, knew it even as the sound of the closing door reached her consciousness, knew it as she strained her ears to catch the fall of his feet upon the flagged path, knew it in every nerve and fiber of her being as she sprang to the window for a last glimpse of the man who had loved her all her life long, and now at last had won her for himself. Slowly she turned round once more to the writing table. The unopened letter caught her eye. She picked it up with a set face, looked at it closely for a few moments, and then deliberately tore it into tiny fragments. A little later she went to her own room. From a lavender-scented drawer she took an envelope and shook its contents into her hand. Only a tiny unmounted photograph of a laughing baby and a ringlet of baby hair. Her face quivered as she looked at them. They had been her dearest treasures. Passionately she pressed them to her trembling lips, but she shed no tears, and when she returned to the sitting-room there was no faltering in her step. She poked the fire into a blaze, and kneeling,
dropped her treasures into its midst. A moment's torture showed in her eyes and passed. She had chosen. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 41. The Eagle's Prey. During the whole of that day, Muriel awaited in restless expectancy the coming of her fiancé. She had not heard from him for nearly a week, and she had not written in the interval for the simple reason that she lacked his address. But every day she had expected him to pay his promised visit of farewell. It was hard work waiting for him. If she could have written, she would have done so days before in such a fashion as to cause him almost certainly to abandon his intention of seeing her. For her mind was made up at last, after her long torture of indecision. Dr. Jim's vigorous speaking had done its work, and she knew that her only possible course lay in putting an end to her engagement. She had always liked Blake Grange. She knew that she always would like him, but emphatically she did not love him, and she knew now, with the sure intuition which all women develop sooner or later, that he had never loved her. He had proposed to her upon a mere chivalrous impulse, and she was convinced that he would not wish to quarrel with her for releasing him. Yet she dreaded the interview, even though she was quite sure that he would not lose his self-control and wax violent, as had Nick on that terrible night at Simla. She was almost morbidly afraid of hurting his feelings. Of Nick she rigidly refused to think at all, though it was no easy matter to exclude him from her thoughts, for he always seemed to be clamoring for admittance. But she could not help wondering if, when Blake had gone at last, and she was free, she would be very greatly afraid. She was sitting alone in her room that afternoon, watching the scudding rain clouds, when Olga brought her 2 letters. "Both from Redhaven," she said, "but neither from Nick. I wonder if he is at Redlands. I hope he will come over here, if he is." Muriel did not echo the hope. She knew the handwriting on both the envelopes, and she opened Daisy's first. It did not take long to read. It simply contained a brief explanation of her presence at Brethaven, which was due to an engagement having fallen through, mentioned Blake as being on the point of departure, and wound up with the hope that Muriel would not in any way alter her plans for her benefit, as she was only at the cottage for a few days to pack her possessions, and she did not suppose that she would care to be with her while this was going on. There was no reference to any future meeting, and Muriel gravely put the letter away in thoughtful silence. She had no clue whatever to the slackening of their friendship, but she could not fail to note with pain how far asunder they had drifted. She turned to Grange's letter with a faint wonder as to why he should have troubled himself to write, when he was so short a distance from her. It contained but a few sentences. She read them with widening eyes. "Fate, or the devil, has been too strong for me, and I am compelled to break my word to you. I have no excuse to offer, except that my hand has been forced. Perhaps in the end it will be better for you, but I would have stood by had it been possible, and even now I would not desert you if I did not positively know that you were safe, that the thing you feared had ceased to exist. Muriel, I have broken my oath, and I can hardly ask your forgiveness. I only beg you to believe that it was not by my own choice. I was fiendishly driven to it against my will.
I came to this place to say good-bye, but I shall leave tomorrow without seeing you, unless you should wish otherwise. B. Grange. She reached the end of the letter and sat quite still, staring at the open page. She was free. That was her first thought, free by no effort of her own. The explanation she had dreaded had become unnecessary. She would not even have to face the ordeal of a meeting. She drew a long breath of relief. And then, swift as a poisoned arrow, came another thought, a stabbing, intolerable suspicion. Why had he thus set her free? How had his hand been forced? By what means had he been fiendishly driven? She read the letter through again, and suddenly her heart began to throb thick and hard, so that she gasped for breath. This was Nick's doing. She was as sure of it as if those brief, bitter sentences had definitely told her so. Nick was the motive power that had compelled Grange to this action. How had he done it? She could not even vaguely surmise, but that he had in some malevolent fashion come between them, she did not for an instant doubt. And wherefore? She put her hand to her throat, feeling suffocated, as the memory of that last interview with him on the shore raced with every fiery detail through her brain. He had marked her down for himself long, long ago, and whatever Dr. Jim might say, he had never abandoned the pursuit. He meant to capture her at last. She might flee, but he was following, tireless, fleet, determined. Presently he would swoop like an eagle upon his prey, and she would be utterly at his mercy. He had beaten Grange, and there was no one left to help her. "Oh, Muriel!" It was Olga's voice from the window. "Come here, quick, quick! I can see a hawk." She started as one starts from a horrible dream and looked round with dazed eyes. "It's hovering!" cried Olga excitedly. "It's hovering! There! Now it has struck!" "And something is dead," said Muriel in a voiceless whisper. The child turned round, saw something unusual in her friend's face, and went impetuously to her. "Muriel, darling, you look so strange. Is anything the matter?" Muriel put an arm around her. "No, nothing," she said. "Olga, will it surprise you very much to hear that I'm not going to marry Captain Grange after all?" "No, dear," said Olga. "I never somehow thought you would, and I didn't want you to either." "Why not?" Muriel looked up in some surprise. "I thought you liked him." "Oh, yes, of course I do," said Olga, "but he isn't half the man Nick is, even though he is a V.C. Oh, Muriel, I do wish you would marry Nick. Perhaps you will now." But at that Muriel cried out sharply and sprang to her feet, almost thrusting Olga from her. "No, never!" she exclaimed. "Never, never, never!" Then, seeing Olga's hurt face, "Oh, forgive me, dear. I didn't mean to be unkind. But please don't ever dream of such a thing again. It's impossible, quite. And there is the gong for tea. Let us go down." They went down hand in hand. But Olga was very quiet for the rest of the evening, and she did not cling to Muriel as usual when she said good night. End of chapter 41. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 4, Chapter 42 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gini, Rosario. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 42. The Hardest Fight of All. It was growing late on that same evening when to Daisy, packing in her room with feverish haste, a message was brought that Captain Ratcliffe was waiting and desired to see her. Her first impulse was to excuse herself from the interview, for she and Nick had never stood upon ceremony, but a very brief consideration decided her to see him. Since he had come at an unusual hour, it seemed probable that he had some special object in view, and if that were so, she would find it hard to turn him from his purpose. But she resolved to make the interview as brief as possible. She had no place for Nick in her life just then. She entered the little parlor with a certain impetuosity that was not wholly spontaneous. "My dear Nick," she said, as she did so, "I can give you exactly 5 minutes, not 1 second more, for I am frightfully busy packing up my things to leave tomorrow." He came swiftly to meet her, so swiftly that she was for the moment deceived, and fancied that he was about to greet her with his customary bantering gallantry. But he did not lift her fingers to his lips after his usual gay fashion. He only held her proffered hand very tightly for several seconds, without verbal greeting of any sort. Suddenly he began to speak, and as he did so she seemed to see 100 wrinkles spring into being on his yellow face. "I have something to say to you, Mrs. Musgrave," he said, "and it's something so particularly beastly that I funk saying it. We have always been such pals, you and I, and that makes it all the harder." He broke off, his shrewd glance flashing over her, keen and elusive as a rapier. Daisy faced him quite fully and fearlessly. The possibility of a conflict in this quarter had occurred to her before. She would not shirk it, but she was determined that it should be as brief as possible. "Being pals doesn't entitle you to go trespassing, Nick," she said. "I know that," said Nick, speaking very rapidly. "None better. But I am not thinking of you only, though I hate to make you angry. Mrs. Musgrave, Daisy, I want to ask you, and you can't refuse to answer. What are you doing? What are you going to do?" "I don't know what you mean," she said, speaking coldly. "And anyhow, I can't stop to listen to you. I haven't time. I think you had better go." "You must listen," Nick said. She caught the grim note of determination in his voice, and was aware of the whole force of his personality flung suddenly against her. "Daisy," he said, "you are to look upon me as Will's representative. I am the nearest friend he has. Have you thought of him at all lately, stewing in those hellish plains for your sake? He's such a faithful chap, you know. Can't you go back to him soon? Isn't it, forgive me, isn't it a bit shabby to play this sort of game when there's a fellow like that waiting for you and fretting his very heart out because you don't go?" He stopped, his lips twitching with the vigor of his appeal, and Daisy realized that he would have to be told the simple truth. He would not be satisfied with less. Very pale, but quite calm, she braced herself to tell him. "I'm afraid you're pleading a lost cause," she said, her words quiet and very distinct. "I am never going back to him." "Never?" Nick moved sharply, drawing close to her. "Never?" he said again, then with abrupt vehemence, "Daisy, you don't mean that. You didn't say it." She drew back slightly from him, but her answer was perfectly steady, rigidly determined. "I have said it, Nick, and I meant it. You had better go. You will do no good by staying to argue. I know all that you can possibly say, and it makes no difference to me. I have chosen." "What have you chosen?" he demanded. For an instant she hesitated. There was something almost fierce in his manner, something she had never encountered before, something that in spite of her utmost effort made her feel curiously uneasy, even apprehensive. She had always known that there was a certain uncanny strength about Nick, but to feel the whole weight of it directed against her was a new experience. "What have you chosen?" he repeated relentlessly. And reluctantly, more than half against her will, she told him, "I'm going to the man I love." She was prepared for some violent outburst upon her words, but none came. Nick heard her in silence, standing straight before her, watching her. She felt with an almost brutal intentness, though his eyes never for an instant met her own. "Then," he said suddenly at length, and quick though they were, it seemed to her that the words fell with something of the awful precision of a death sentence, "God help you both, for you are going to destroy him and yourself too." Daisy made a sharp gesture. It was almost one of shrinking, and at once he turned from her and fell to pacing the little room, up and down incessantly, like an animal in a cage. It was useless to attempt to dismiss him, for she saw that he would not go. She moved quietly to a chair and sat down to wait. Abruptly, at last he stopped, halting in front of her. "Daisy," he began, and broke off short, seeming to battle with himself. She looked up in surprise. It was so utterly unlike Nick to relinquish his self-command at a critical juncture. The next moment he amazed her still further. He dropped suddenly down on his knees and gripped her clasped hands fast. "Daisy," he said again, and this time words came, jerky and passionate. "This is my doing. I've driven you to it. If I hadn't interfered with Grange, you would never have thought of it." She sat without moving, but the hasty utterance had its effect upon her. Some of the rigidity went out of her attitude. "My dear Nick," she said, "what is the good of saying that?" "Isn't it true?" he persisted. She hesitated, unwilling to wound him. "You know it is true," he declared with vehemence. "If I had let him alone, he would have married Muriel, and this thing would never have happened. God knows I did what was right, but if it doesn't turn out right, I'm done for. I never believed in eternal damnation before, but if this thing comes to pass, it will be hellfire for me as long as I live, for I shall never believe in God again." He swung away from her as though in bodily torture and came in contact with the table and bowed his head upon it. For many seconds his breathing, thick and short, almost convulsed, was the only sound in the room. As for Daisy, she sat still, staring at him dumbly, witnessing his agony, till the sight of it became more than she could bear. Then she moved, reached stiffly forward, and touched him. "You are not to blame yourself, Nick," she said. He did not stir. "I don't," he answered, and again fell silent. At last he moved, seemed to pull himself together, finally got to his feet. "Do you think you will be happy?" he said. "Do you think you will ever manage to forget what you have sacrificed to this fetish you call love? How you broke the heart of one of the best fellows in the world and trampled upon the memory of your dead child? The little chap you used to call the light of your eyes, who used to hold out his arms directly he saw you and cried when you went away?" His voice was not very steady, and he paused, but he did not look at her or seem to expect any reply. Daisy gave a great shiver. She felt cold from head to foot, but she was not afraid of Nick. If she yielded, it would not be through fear. A full minute crawled away before he spoke again. "And this fellow, Grange," he said then, "he is a man who values his honor. He has lived a clean life. He holds an unblemished record. He is in your hands. You can do what you like with him, whatever your love inspires you to do. You can pull him back into a straight course, or you can wreck him for good and all. Which is it going to be, I wonder? It's a sacrifice either way, a sacrifice to love or a sacrifice to devils. You can make it which you will, but if it is to be the last, never talk of love again, for love, real love, is the safeguard from all evil. And if you can do this thing, it has never been above your horizon, and never will be." Again he stopped, and again there was silence, while Daisy sat white-faced and slightly bowed, wondering when it would be over, wondering how much longer she could possibly endure. And then suddenly he bent down over her. His hand was on her shoulder. "Daisy," he said, and voice and touch alike implored her. "Give him up, dear, give him up. You can do it if you will. If your love is great enough, I know how infernally hard it is to do. I've done it myself. It means tearing your very heart out, but it will be worth it. It must be worth it afterwards. You are bound, some time, to reap what you have sown." She lifted a haggard face. There was something in the utterance that compelled her, and so looking, she saw that which none other of this man's friends had ever seen. She saw his naked soul, stripped bare of all deception, of all reserve, a vital, burning flame shining in the desert. The sight moved her as had naught else. "Oh, Nick," she cried out desperately, I can't! He bent lower over her. He was looking straight down into her eyes. "Daisy," he said very urgently. "Daisy, for God's sake, try!" Her white lips quivered, striving again to refuse, but the words would not come. Her powers of resistance had begun to totter. "You can do it," he declared, his voice quick and passionate as though he pleaded with her for life itself. "You can do it, if you will. I will help you. You shan't stand alone. Don't stop to think. Just come with me now, at once, and put an end to it before you sleep. For you can't do this thing, Daisy. It isn't in you. It is all a monstrous mistake, and you can't go on with it. I know you better than you know yourself. We haven't been pals all these years for nothing, and there is that in your heart that won't let you go on. I thought it was dead a few minutes ago, but thank God it isn't. I can see it in your eyes." She uttered an inarticulate sound that was more bitter than any weeping, and covered her face. Instantly Nick straightened himself and turned away. He went to the window and leaned his head against the sash. He had the spent look of a man who has fought to the end of his strength. The thunder of the waves upon the shore filled in the long, long silence. Minutes crawled away, and still he stood there with his face to the darkness. At last a voice spoke behind him, and he turned. Daisy had risen. She stood in the lamplight, quite calm and collected. There was even a smile upon her face, but it was a smile that was sadder than tears. "It's been a desperate big fight, hasn't it, Nick?" she said. "But, my dear, you've won. For the sake of my little baby, and for the sake of the man I love, yes, and partly for your sake too," she held out her hand to him with the words, "I am going back to the prison house. No, don't speak to me. You have said enough. And Nick, I must go alone. So I want you, please, to go away and not to come to me again until I send for you. I shall send sooner or later. Will you do this?" Her voice never faltered, but the misery in her eyes cut him to the heart. In that moment he realized how terribly near he had been to losing the hardest battle he had ever fought. He gave her no second glance. Simply without a word he stooped and kissed the hand she had given him, then turned and went noiselessly away. He had won indeed, but the only triumph he knew was the pain of a very human compassion. Scarcely 5 minutes after his departure, Daisy let herself out into the night that lay like a pall above the moaning shore. She went with lagging feet that often stumbled in the darkness. It was only the memory of a baby's head against her breast that gave her strength. End of chapter 42.
Part 4, Chapter 43 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 4, Chapter 43, Requiescat. "I believe I heard a gun in the night," remarked Mrs. Radcliffe at the breakfast table on the following morning. "Shouldn't be surprised," said Dr. Jim. "I know there was a ship in distress off Callister yesterday. They damaged the lifeboat trying to reach her, but the wind seems to have gone down a little this morning. Do you care for a ride, Muriel?" Muriel accepted the invitation gladly. She liked accompanying Dr. Jim upon his rounds. She had arranged to leave 2 days later, a decision which the news of Daisy's presence at Breathhaven had not affected. Daisy seemed to have dropped her for good and all, and her pride would not suffer her to inquire the reason. She had, in fact, begun to think that Daisy had merrily tired of her, and that being so, she was the more willing to go to Mrs. Langdale, whose letters of fussy kindliness seemed at least to ensure her a cordial welcome. She had discussed her troubles no further with Dr. Jim. Grange's letter had in some fashion placed matters beyond discussion, and so she had only briefly told him that her engagement was at an end, and he had gruffly expressed his satisfaction thereat. Her one idea now was to escape from Nick's neighborhood as speedily as possible. It possessed her even in her dreams. She went with Dr. Jim to the surgery when breakfast was over and sat down alone in the consulting room to wait for him. He usually started on his rounds at 10 o'clock, but it wanted a few minutes to the hour, and the motor was not yet at the door. She sat listening for it, hoping that no one would appear to detain him. The morning was bright, and the wind had fallen considerably. Through the window she watched the falling leaves as they eddied in sudden draughts along the road. She looked through a wire screen that gave rather a depressing effect to the sunshine. Suddenly, from some distance away, there came to her the sound of a horse's hoofbeats, short and hard, galloping over the stones. It was a sound that arrested the attention, awaking in her a vague, apprehensive excitement. Almost involuntarily, she drew nearer to the window, peering above the blind. Some seconds elapsed before she caught sight of the headlong horseman, and then abruptly he dashed into sight round a curve in the road. At the same instant, the gallop became a fast trot, and she saw that the rider was gripping the animal with his knees. He had no saddle. Amazed and startled, she stood motionless, gazing at the sudden apparition, saw as the pair drew nearer what something within her had already told her loudly before her vision served her, and finally drew back with a sharp instinctive contraction of her whole body as the horseman reined in before the surgery door and dismounted with a monkey-like dexterity, his one arm twined in the bridle. A moment later the surgery bell pealed loudly, and her heart stood still. She felt suddenly sick with a nameless foreboding. Standing with bated breath, she heard Dr. Jim himself go to answer the summons, and an instant later Nick's voice came to her, gasping and uneven, but every word distinct. "Ah, there you are. Thought I should catch you. Man, you're wanted, quick. In heaven's name, lose no time. Grange was drowned early this morning, and I believe it's killed Daisy. For mercy's sake, come at once." There was a momentary pause. Muriel's heart was beating in great sickening throbs. She felt stiff and powerless. Dr. Jim's voice, brief and decided, struck through the silence. "Come inside and have something. I shall be ready to start in 3 minutes. Leave your animal here, he's dead beat." There followed the sound of advancing feet, a hand upon the door, and the next moment they entered together. Nick was reeling a little and holding Jim's arm. He saw Muriel with a sharp start, standing as she had turned from the window. The doctor's brows met for an instant as he put his brother into a chair. He had forgotten Muriel. With an effort she overcame the paralysis that bound her and moved forward with shaking limbs. "Did you say Blake was dead?" she asked, her voice pitched very low. She looked at Nick as she asked this question, and it was Nick who answered her in his quick, keen way, as though he realized the mercy of brevity. "Yes, he and some fisher chaps went out early this morning in an ordinary boat to rescue some fellows on a wreck that had drifted on to the rocks outside the harbor. The lifeboat had been damaged and couldn't be used. They reached the wreck all right, but there were more to save than they had reckoned on, more than the boat would carry, and the wreck was being battered to pieces. It was only a matter of seconds for the tide was rising, so they took the lot, and Grange went over the side to make it possible. He hung on to a rope for a time, but the seas were tremendous, and after a bit it parted. He was washed up 2 hours ago. He had been in the water since 3 among the rocks. There wasn't the smallest chance of bringing him back. He was long past any help we could give." He ended abruptly and helped himself with a jerk to something in a glass that Jim had placed by his side. Muriel stood dumbly watching. She noticed with an odd detached sense of curiosity that he was shivering violently as one with an ague. Dr. Jim was already making swift preparations for departure. Suddenly Nick looked up at her. His eyes were glittering strangely. "I know now," he said, "what you women feel like when you can only stand and look on. We have been looking on, Daisy and I, just looking on for 6 mortal hours." He banged his fist with a sort of condensed fury upon the table and leapt to his feet. "Jim, are you ready? I can't sit still any longer." "Finish that stuff and don't be a fool," ordered Jim curtly. Muriel turned swiftly towards him. "You'll take me with you," she said very earnestly. Nick broke in sharply upon the request. "No, no, Muriel, you're not to go. Jim, you can't, you shan't take her. I won't allow it." But Muriel was clinging to Dr. Jim's arm with quivering face upraised. You will take me, she entreated. I was able to help Daisy before, I can help her now. But even before she spoke, there flashed a swift glance between the two brothers that foiled her appeal almost before it was uttered. With a far greater gentleness than was customary with him, but with unmistakable decision, Dr. Jim refused her petition. I can't take you now, child, but if Daisy should ask for you, or if there is anything under the sun that you can do for her, I will promise to let you know. It was final, but she would not have it so. A sudden gust of anger caught her, anger against the man for whose sake she had one night shed so many bitter tears, whom now she so fierily hated. She still clung to Jim. She was shaking all over. What does it matter what Nick says? She urged pantingly. Why give in to him at every turn? I won't be left behind just because he wishes it. She would have said more. Her self-control was tottering, but Dr. Jim restrained her. My dear, it is not for Nick's sake, he said. Come, you are going to be sensible. Sit down and get your breath. There's no time for hysterics. I must go across and speak to my wife before I go. He looked at Nick, who instantly responded, Yes, you be off. I'll look after her. Be quick, man, be quick. But when Dr. Jim was gone, his impatience fell away from him. He moved round the table and stood before her. He was steady enough now, steadier far than she. Don't take it too hard, he said. At least he died like a man. She did not draw away from him. There was no room for fear in her heart just then. It held only hatred, a fierce consuming flame that enabled her to face him as she had never faced him before. Why did you let him go? She demanded of him, her voice deep and passionate, her eyes unwaveringly upon him. There must have been others. You were there. Why didn't you stop him? I stop him, said Nick, and a flash of something that was almost humor crossed his face. You seem to think I'm omnipotent. Her eyes continued to challenge him. You always manage to get your own way somehow, she said very bitterly, by fair means or foul. Are you going to deny that it was you who made him write that letter? He did not ask her what she meant. No, he said, with a promptitude that took her by surprise. I plead guilty to that. As you are aware, I never approved of your engagement. His effrontery stung her into what was almost a state of frenzy. Her eyes blazed their utmost scorn. She had never been less afraid of him than at that moment. She had never hated him more intensely. You could make him do a thing like that, she said, and yet you couldn't hold him back from certain death. He answered her without heed, in a tone she deemed most hideously callous. It was not my business to hold him back. He was wanted. There would have been no rescue but for him. They needed a man to lead them, or they wouldn't have gone at all. His composure goaded her beyond all endurance. She scarcely waited for him to finish, nor was she wholly responsible for what she said. Was there only one man among you then? She asked with headlong contempt. He made her a curious, jerky bow. One man, yes, he said. The rest were mere sheep, with the exception of one, who was a cripple. Her heart contracted suddenly with a pain that was physical. She felt as if he had struck her, and it goaded her to a fiercer cruelty. You knew he would never come back, she declared, her voice quivering uncontrollably with a passion that shook her. You never meant him to come back. He opened his eyes wide for a single instant, and she fancied that she had touched him. It was the first time in her memory that she had ever seen them fully. Instinctively she avoided them, as she would have avoided a flash of lightning. And then he spoke, and she knew at once that her wild accusation had in no way hurt him. You think that, do you? He said, and his tone sounded to her as though he barely repressed a laugh. Awfully nice of you. I wonder what exactly you take me for. She did not keep him in suspense on that point. If she had never had the strength to tell him before, she could tell him now. I take you for a fiend, she cried hysterically. I take you for a fiend. He turned sharply from her, so sharply that she was conscious of a moment's fear overmastering her madness. But instantly, with his back to her, he spoke, and her brief misgiving was gone. "It doesn't matter much now what you take me for," he said, and again in the cracked notes of his voice she seemed to hear the echo of a laugh. "You won't need to seek any more protectors so far as I am concerned. You will never see me again unless the gods ordain that you should come and find me. It isn't the way of an eagle to swoop twice, particularly an eagle with only one wing." The laugh was quite audible now, and she never saw how that one hand of his was clenched and pressed against his side. He had reached the door while he was speaking. Turning swiftly, he cast one flickering, inscrutable glance towards her, and then, with no gesture of farewell, was gone. She heard his receding footsteps die away, while she struggled dumbly to quell the tumult of her heart. End of Part 4, Chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 44. Love's Prisoner. Late that evening, a scribbled note reached Muriel from Dr. Jim. "You can do nothing whatever," he wrote. "Daisy is suffering from a sharp attack of brain fever, caused by the shock of her cousin's death, and I think it advisable that no one whom she knows should be near her. You may rest assured that all that can be done for her will be done. And Muriel, I think you will be wise to go to Mrs. Langdale as you originally intended. It will be better for you, as I think you will probably realise. You shall be kept informed of Daisy's condition, but I do not anticipate any immediate change." She was glad of those few words of advice. Her anxiety regarding Daisy notwithstanding, she knew it would be a relief to her to go. The strain of many days was telling upon her. She felt herself to be on the verge of a breakdown, and she longed unspeakably to escape. She went to her room early on her last night at Weir, but not in order to rest the longer. She had something to do, something from which she shrank with a strange reluctance, yet which for her peace of mind she dared not leave neglected. It was thus she expressed it to herself, as with trembling fingers she opened the box that contained all her sacred personal treasures. It lay beneath them all, wrapped in tissue paper, as it had passed from his hand to hers, and for long she strove to bring herself to slip the tiny packet unopened into an envelope and seal it down, yet could not. At last it was towards midnight. She yielded to the force that compelled. Against her will she unfolded the shielding paper, and held that which it contained upon the palm of her hand. Burning rubies, red as heart's blood, ardent as flame, flashed and glinted in the lamplight. Omnia, Vincit, Amor. How the words scorched her memory, and she had wondered once if they were true. She knew now. He had forced her to realise it. He had captured her, had kindled within her, by what magic she knew not, the undying against her will. In spite of her utmost resistance, he had done this thing. Above and beyond and through her fiercest hatred, he had conquered her quivering heart. He had let her go again, but not till he had blasted her happiness forever. None other could ever dominate her as this man dominated. None other could ever kindle in her, or ever quench, the torch that this man's hand had lighted. And this was love. This hunger that could never be satisfied, this craving which would not be stifled or ignored. Love triumphant, invincible, immortal. The thing she had striven to slay at its birth, but which had lived on in spite of her, growing, spreading, enveloping, till she was lost, till she was suffocated in its immensity. There could never be any escape for her again. She was fettered hand and foot. It was useless any longer to strive. She stood and faced the truth. She did not ask herself how it was she had ever come to care. She only numbly realised that she had always cared. And she knew now that to no woman is it given so to hate as she had hated without the spur of love goading her thereto. Ah, but love was cruel. Love was merciless. For she had never known, nor ever could know now, the ecstasy of love. Truly it conquered, but it left its prisoners to perish of starvation in the wilderness. A slight sound in the midnight silence, a timid hand softly trying the door handle. She sprang up, dropping the ring upon her table, and turned to see Olga in her nightdress, standing in the doorway. "I was awake," the child explained tremulously, "and I heard you moving, and I wondered, dear Muriel, if perhaps I could do anything to help you. You don't mind?" Muriel opened her arms impulsively. She felt as if Olga had been sent to lighten her darkest hour. For a while she held her close, not speaking at all, and it was Olga who at last broke the silence. "Darling, are you crying for Captain Grange?" She raised her head then to meet the child's gaze of tearful sympathy. "I am not crying, dear," she said, "and it wouldn't be for him if I were. I don't want to cry for him. I just envy him, that's all." She leaned her head against Olga's shoulder, rocking a little to and fro with closed eyes. "Yes," she said at last, "you can help me, Olga, if you will. That ring on the table, dear, a ring with rubies, do you see it?" "Yes," breathed Olga, holding her very close. "Then just take it, dear." Muriel's voice was unutterably weary. She seemed to speak with a great effort. "It belongs to Nick. He gave it to me once, long ago, in remembrance of something. I want you to give it back to him, and tell him simply that I prefer to forget." Olga took up the ring. Her lips were trembling. Aren't you being nice to Nick any more, Muriel?" she asked in a whisper. Muriel did not answer. "Not when you promised?" the child urged piteously. There was silence. Muriel's face was hidden. Her black hair hung about her like a cloud, veiling her from her friend's eyes. For a long time she said nothing whatever. Then at last, without moving, she made reply. "It's no use, Olga. I can't. It's not my doing. It's his. Oh, I think my heart is broken." Through the anguish of weeping that followed, Olga clasped her passionately close, frightened by an intensity of suffering such as she had never seen before, and was powerless to alleviate. She slept with Muriel that night, but waking in the dawning, just when Muriel had sunk to sleep, she crept out of bed, and with Nick's ring grasped tightly in her hand, softly stole away. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 45. The Vision. A gorgeous sunset lay in dusky, fading crimson upon the plains, trailing to darkness in the east. The day had been hot and cloudless, but a faint chill wind had sprung up with the passing of the sun, and it flitted hither and thither, like a wandering spirit, over the darkening earth. Down in the native quarter a tom-tom throbbed, persistent, exasperating as the voice of conscience. Somewhere in the distance a dog barked restlessly at irregular intervals, and at a point between tom-tom and dog a couple of parrots screeched vociferously. Over all, the vast Indian night was rushing down on silent, mysterious wings. Crimson merged to gray in the telling, and through the falling dark there shone, detached and wonderful, a single star. In the little wooden bungalow, over against the waterworks, a light had been kindled, and gleamed out in a red streak across the plain. Other lights were beginning to flicker also, from all points of the compass, save only where a long strip of jungle lay like a blot upon the face of the earth. But the red light burned the steadiest of them all. It came from the shaded lamp of an Englishman, and beneath it, with stubborn, square-jawed determination, the Englishman sat at work. Very steadily his hand moved over the white paper, and the face that was bent above it never varied, a face that still possessed something of the freshness of youth, though the set of the lips was firm even to sternness, and the line of the chin was hard. He never raised his eyes as he worked, except to refer to the notebook at his elbow. The passage of time seemed of no moment to him. Yet at the soft opening of the door he did look up for an instant, a gleam of expectancy upon his face that died immediately.
"All right, Sammy. Directly," he said, returning without pause to his work.
Sammy, butler, bearer, and general factotum, irreproachable from his snowy turban to his white-slippered feet, did not take the hint to retire, but stood motionless just inside the room, waiting with statuesque patience till his master should deign to bestow upon him the favor of his full attention. After a little, Will Musgrave realized this, and with an abrupt sigh sat back in his chair and rubbed his hand across his forehead. "Well?" he said then. "You needn't trouble to tell me that the mail has passed, for I heard the fellow half an hour ago. Of course there were no letters." The man shook his head despondingly. "No letters, Sahib." "Then what do you want?" asked Will, beginning to eye his work again. Sammy, so dubbed by Daisy long ago because his own name was too sore a tax upon her memory, sent a look of gleaming entreaty across the lamplit space that separated him from his master. "The dinner grows cold, Sahib," he observed pathetically. Will smiled a little. "All right, my good Sammy, what does it matter? I'm sure if I don't mind, you needn't, and I'm busy just now." But the Indian stood his ground. "What will my Mem Sahib say to me," he said, "when she comes and finds that my lord has been starved?" Will's face changed. It was a very open face, boyishly sincere. He did not laugh at the earnest question. He only gravely shook his head. "The Mem Sahib will come," the man declared with conviction. "And what will her servant say when she asks him why his master is so thin? She will say, 'Sammy, I left him in your care. What have you done to him?' And, Sahib, what answer can her servant give?" Will clasped his hands at the back of his head in a careless attitude, but his face was grim. "I don't think you need worry yourself, Sammy," he said. "I'm not expecting the Mem Sahib at present." Nevertheless, moved by the man's solicitude, he rose after a moment and laid his work together. He might as well dine, he reflected, as sit and argue about it. With a heavy step he passed into the room where dinner awaited him, and sat down at the table. No, he was certainly not expecting her at present. He had even of late begun to ask himself if he expected her at all. It was 5 months now since the news of her severe illness had almost induced him to throw everything aside and go to her. He had only been deterred from this by a very serious letter from Dr. Jim, strongly advising him to remain where he was, since it was highly improbable that he would be allowed to see Daisy for weeks or even months were he at hand. and she would most certainly be in no fit state to return with him to India. That letter had been to Will as a passing knell of all he had ever hoped or desired. Definitely it had told him very little, but he was not lacking in perception, and he had read a distinct and wholly unmistakable meaning behind the guarded, kindly sentences. And he knew when he laid the letter down that in Dr. Jim's opinion his presence might do incalculable harm. From that day forward he had entertained no further idea of return, settling down again to his work with a dogged patience that was very nearly allied to despair. He was undoubtedly a rising man. There were prospects of a speedy improvement in his position. It was unlikely that he would be called upon to spend another hot season in the scorching plains. Steady perseverance and indubitable talent had made their mark, but success was dust and ashes to him now. He did not greatly care if he went or stayed. That Daisy was well again, or on the high road to recovery, he knew. But he had not received a single letter from her since her illness. Jim's epistles were very few and far between, but Nick had maintained a fairly regular correspondence with him till a few weeks back, when it had unaccountably lapsed. But then Nick had done unaccountable things before, and he did not set down his silence to inconstancy. He was probably making prodigious efforts on his behalf, and Will awaited every mail with an eagerness he could not quite suppress, which turned invariably, however, into a sick sense of disappointment. That Daisy would ever return to him now he did not for an instant believe. But there remained the chance, the slender, infinitesimal chance, that she might ask him to go to her. More than a flying visit, she would know he could not manage. His work was his living and hers. But so much Nick's powers of persuasion might one day accomplish, though he would not allow himself to contemplate the possibility, while week by week the chance dwindled. So he sat alone and unexpectant at his dinner table that night, and made heroic efforts to pacify the vigilant Sammy, whose protest had warmed his heart a little, if it had not greatly assisted his appetite. He was glad when the meal was over, and he could saunter out onto the veranda with his cigar. The night was splendid with stars, but it held no moon. The wind had died away, but it had left a certain chill behind, and somehow he was reminded of a certain evening of early summer in England long ago, when he and Daisy had strolled together in an English garden, and she had yielded impulsively to his earnest wooing, and had promised to be his wife. He remembered still the little laugh, half sweet, half bitter, with which she had surrendered, the soft raillery of her blue eyes that yet had not wholly mocked him, the dainty charm of her submission. She had not loved him. He had known it even then. She had almost told him so. But with a boy's impetuosity, he had taken the little she had to give, trusting to the future to make her all his own. Ah, well, he caught himself sighing, and found that his cigar was out. With something less than his customary self-suppression, he pitched it forth into the darkness. He could not even smoke with any enjoyment. He would go indoors and work. He swung round on his heel and started back along the veranda towards his room from which the red light streamed. 3 strides he took with his eyes upon the ground. Then, for no reason that he knew, he glanced up towards that bar of light. The next instant he stood still as one transfixed, and all the blood rushed in tumult to his heart. There, motionless in the full glare, watching him, waiting for him, stood his wife.
End of Chapter 45. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 5, Chapter 46 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gini Rosario. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 46. The Heart of a Man. She did not utter a single word or move to greet him. Even in that ruddy light she was white to the lips. Her hands were fast gripped together. She did not seem to breathe. So for full 30 seconds they faced one another, speechless, spellbound, while through the awful silence the cry of a jackal sounded from afar, seeking its meat from God. Will was the first to move, feeling for his handkerchief mechanically and wiping his forehead. Also he tried to speak aloud, but his voice was gone. "Pull yourself together, you fool," he whispered savagely. "She'll be gone again directly." She caught the words apparently, for her attitude changed. She parted her straining hands as though by great effort and moved towards him. Out of the glare of the lamplight, she looked more normal. She wore a gray traveling dress, but her hat was off. He fancied he saw the sparkle of the starlight in her hair. She came towards him a few steps, and then she stopped. "Will," she said, and her voice had a piteous tremble in it. "Won't you speak to me? Don't you know me?" Her voice awoke him, brought him down from the soaring heights of imagination as it were with a thud. He strode forward and caught her hands in his. "Good heavens, Daisy," he said. "I thought I was dreaming. How on earth—" And there he stopped dead, checked in mid-career, for she was leaning back from him, leaning back with all her strength that he might not kiss her. He stood, still holding her hands, and looked at her. There was a curious, choked sensation at his throat, as if he had swallowed ashes. She had come back to him. She had come back to him indeed, but he had a feeling that she was somehow beyond his reach, further away from him in that moment of incredible reunion than she had ever been during all the weary months of their separation. This woman with the pale face and tragic eyes was a total stranger to him. Small wonder that he had thought himself to be dreaming. With a furious effort he collected himself. He let her hand slip from his. "Come in here," he said, forcing his dry throat to speech by sheer strength of will. "You should have let me know." She went in without a word and came to a stand before the table that was littered with his work. She was agitated, he saw. Her hand was pressed against her heart, and she seemed to breathe with difficulty. Instinctively he came to her aid with commonplace phrases, the first that occurred to him. "How did you come? But no matter. Tell me presently. You must have something to eat. You look dead beat. Sit down. Won't—" And there he stopped again, breaking off short to stare at her. In the lighted room, she had turned to face him, and he saw that her hair was no longer golden, but silvery white. Seeing his look, she began to speak in hurried, uneven sentences. "I have been ill, you know. It was brain fever, Jim said. Hair, fair hair particularly, does go like that sometimes." "You are well again?" he questioned. "Oh, quite. There was something almost feverish in the assertion. She was facing him with desperate resolution. "I have been well for a long time. Please don't send for anything. I dined at the Dak bungalow an hour ago. I thought it best." Her agitation was increasing. She panted between each sentence. Will turned aside, shut and bolted the window, and drew the blind. Then he went close to her. He laid a steady hand upon her. "Sit down," he said, "and tell me what is the matter." She sank down mutely. Her mouth was quivering. She sought to hide it from him with her hand. "Tell me," he said again, and quietly, though he spoke, there was in his tone a certain mastery that had never asserted itself in the old days. "What is it? Why have you come to me like this?" "I haven't come to stay, Will," she said, her voice so low that it was barely audible. His face changed. He looked suddenly dogged. "After 20 months?" he said. She bent her head. "I know, it's half a lifetime, more. You have learnt to do without me by this. At least, I hope you have, for your own sake." He made no comment on the words. Perhaps he did not hear them. After a brief silence, she heard his voice above her bowed head. "Something is wrong. You'll tell me presently, won't you? But Really, you needn't be afraid. Something in the words, was it a hint of tenderness? Renewed her failing strength. She commanded herself and raised her head. She scarcely recognized in the steady, square-chinned man before her the impulsive, round-faced boy she had left. There was something unfathomable about him, a hint of greatness that affected her strangely. Yes, she said, something is wrong. It is what I am here for, what I have come to tell you, and when it is over, I'm going away. I'm going away, out of your life, forever this time. His jaw hardened, but he said nothing whatever. He stood waiting for her to continue. She rose slowly to her feet, though she was scarcely capable of standing. She had come to the last ounce of her strength, but she spent it bravely. Will, she said, and though her voice shook uncontrollably, every word was clear. I hardly know how to say it. You have always trusted me, always been true to me. I think once you almost worshipped me, but you'll never worship me any more because I am unworthy of you. Do you understand? I was held back from the final wickedness, or I shouldn't be here now. But the sin was there in my heart. Heaven help me, it is there still. There, I have told you. It was your right. I don't ask for mercy or forgiveness. Only punish me, and then let me go. Voice and strength failed together. Her limbs doubled under her, and she sank suddenly down at his feet, sobbing, terrible, painful, tearless sobs that seemed to rend her very being. Without a word, he stooped and lifted her. He was white to the lips, but there was no hesitancy about him. He acted instantly and decidedly as a man quite sure of himself. He carried her to the old charpoy by the window and laid her down. Many minutes later, when her anguish had a little spent itself, she realized that he was kneeling beside her, holding her pressed against his heart. Through all the bitter chaos of her misery and her shame, there came to her the touch of his hand upon her head. It amazed her, it thrilled her, that touch of his. In a fashion it awed her. She kept her face hidden from him. She could not look up, but he did not seek to see her face. He only kept his hand upon her throbbing temple till she grew still against his breast. Then at length his voice, slow and deep and very steady, he spoke. Daisy, we will never speak of this again. She gave a great start. Pity, even a certain measure of kindness, she had almost begun to expect. But not this, not this. She made a movement to draw herself away from him, but he would not suffer it. He only held her closer. Oh, don't, Will, don't, she implored him brokenly. For your own sake, let me go. For my own sake, Daisy, he answered quietly, and for yours, since you have come to me, I will never let you go again. But you can't want me, she insisted piteously. Don't be generous, Will. I can't bear it. Anything but that. I would rather you cursed me, indeed, indeed. His hand restrained her, silenced her. Hush, he said. You are my wife. I love you, and I want you. Tears came to her then with a rush, blinding, burning, overwhelming, and yet their very agony was relief to her. She made no further effort to loosen his hold. She even feebly clung to him as one needing support. Ah, but I must tell you, she whispered at last. If you mean to forgive me, you must know everything. Tell me, if it helps you, he answered, and he spoke with the splendid patience that 20 weary months had wrought in him. Only believe, before you begin, that I have forgiven you, for before God it is the truth. And so presently, lying in his arms, her face hidden low on his breast, she told him all, suppressing nothing, extenuating nothing, simply pouring out the whole bitter story, sometimes halting, sometimes incoherent, but never wavering in her purpose, till, like an evil growth that yet clung about her palpitating heart, her sin lay bare before him, the sin of a woman who had almost forgotten that love is a holy thing. He heard her to the end with scarcely a word, and when she had finished, he made one comment only. And so you gave him up. She shivered with the pain of that memory. Yes, I gave him up. I gave him up. Nick had made me see the hopelessness of it all, the wickedness, and he let me go. He saw it too, at least he understood. And on that very night, oh, Will, that awful night, he went to his death. His arms grew closer about her. "My poor girl," he said. "Ah, but you shouldn't," she sobbed. "You shouldn't. You ought to hate me, to despise me." "Hush," he said again, and she knew that with that one word he resolutely turned his back upon the gulf that had opened between them during those 20 months, that gulf that his love had been great enough to bridge, and that he took her with him, bruised and broken and storm-tossed as she was, into a very sheltered place. When presently he turned her face up to his own and gravely kissed her, she clung to his neck like a tired child, no longer fearing to meet his look, only thankful for the comfort of his arms. For a while longer he held her silently. Then very quietly he began to question her about her journey. Had she told him that she had been putting up at the dock bungalow? "Oh, only for a few hours," she answered. "We arrived this evening, Nick and I." "Nick," he said, "and you left him behind?" "He is waiting to take me back," she murmured, her face hidden against his shoulder. Again, very tenderly, his hand pressed her forehead. "He must come to us, eh, dear? I will send the kit down, with a note presently, but you are tired out and must rest. Lie here while I go and tell Sammy to make ready." It was when he came back to her that she began to see wherein lay the change in him that had so struck her. From her cushions she looked up at him, piteously smiling. "How thin you are, Will, and you are getting quite a scholarly stoop." "Ah, that's India," he said. But she knew that it was not India at all, and her face told him so, though he affected not to see it. He bent over her. "Now, Daisy, I'm going to carry you to bed as I used to. Do you remember? At Simla, after the baby came? Dear little chap, do you remember how he used to smile in his sleep?" His voice was hushed, as though he stood once more beside the tiny cot. She sat up, yielding herself to his arms. "Oh, Will," she said with a great sob, "if only he had lived." He held her closely, and lying against his breast, she felt the sigh he stifled. His lips were upon the silvered hair. "Perhaps, some day, Daisy," he said under his breath. And she, clinging to him, whispered back through her tears, "Oh, Will, I do hope so." End of chapter 46. Part 5, Chapter 47 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gini Rosario. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 47, In the Name of Friendship. It was very hot down on the buzzing racecourse, almost intolerably so in the opinion of the girl who sat in Lady Bassett's elegantly appointed carriage and looked out with the indifference of boredom upon the sweltering crowds. "Dear child, don't look so freezingly aloof," she had been entreated more than once, and each time the soft injunction had reached her the wide dark eyes had taken to themselves a more utter disdain. If she looked freezing, she was far from feeling it, for the hot weather was at its height, and Gewalcand, though healthy, was not the coolest spot in the Indian Empire. Sir Reginald Bassett had been appointed British resident to act as adviser to the young Rajah thereof, and there had been no question of a flitting to Simla that year. Lady Bassett had deplored this, but Muriel rejoiced. She never wanted to see Simla again. Life was a horrible emptiness to her in those days. She was weary beyond expression, and had no heart for the gaieties in which she was plunged. Idle compliments had never attracted her, and flirtations were an abomination to her. She looked through and beyond them with the eyes of a sphinx, but there were very few who suspected the intolerable ache that throbbed unceasingly behind her impassivity, the loneliness of spirit that oppressed her like a crushing physical weight. Even Bobby Fraser, who saw most things, could scarcely have been aware of this. Yet certainly it was not the vivacity of her conversation that induced him to seek her out as he generally did when he saw her sitting apart. A very cheery bachelor was Bobby Fraser, and a tremendous favorite wherever he went. He was a wonderful organizer, and he invariably had a hand in anything of an entertaining nature that was going forward. He had just brought her tea, and was waiting beside her while she drank it. Lady Bassett had left the carriage for the paddock, and Muriel sat alone. Had she anything on the last race? He wanted to know. Muriel had not. He had, and was practically ruined in consequence, a calamity which in no way seemed to affect his spirits. Who would have expected a rank outsider like that to walk over the course? Ought to have been disqualified for sheer cheek. Reminds me of a chap I once knew, forget his name, Nick something or other, who entered at the last minute for the Great Mogul's Cup at Sharapura. Did it for a bet, they said. It's years ago now. The horse was a perfect brute, all bone and no flesh, with a temper like the foul fiend, and no points whatever. Looked a regular crock at starting. But he romped home on 3 legs, notwithstanding, with his jockey clinging to him like an inspired monkey. It was the only race he ever won. Everyone put it down to black magic or personal magnetism on the part of his rider. Same thing, I believe. He was the sort of chap who always comes out on top. Rum thing I can't remember his name. I had traveled out with him on the same boat once, too. Have some more tea. This was a specimen of most of Bobby Fraser's conversation. He was brimful of anecdotes. They flowed as easily as water from a fountain. Their source seemed inexhaustible. He never repeated himself to the same person. Muriel declined his offer of more tea. For some reason she wanted to hear more of the man who had won the Great Mogul's Cup at Sharapura. Bobby was more than willing to oblige. Oh, it was sheer cheek that carried him through, of course. I always said he was the cheekiest beggar under the sun. Quite a little chap he was, hideously ugly, with a face like a baked apple, and eyes that made you think of a cinematograph. You know, the sort of thing. I used to think he had a future before him, but he seems to have dropped out. He was only about 20 when I had him for a stable companion. I remember one outrageous thing he did on the voyage out. There was card playing going on in the saloon one night, and he was looking on. One of the lady players, well, I suppose I may as well call it by its name, one of them cheated. He detected it. Beastly position, of course. Don't know what I should have done under the circumstances, but anyhow, he wasn't at a loss. He simply lighted a cigarette and set fire to the lady's dress. Muriel's exclamation of horror was ample testimony to the fact that her keenest interest was aroused. Yes, awfully risky, wasn't it? Said Bobby. We only thought at the time he had been abominably careless. I did not hear the rights of the case till afterwards, and then not from him. There was a fine flare-up, of course, card table overturned, ladies in hysterics, in the middle of the fray our gallant hero extinguishing the flames with his bare hands. He was profusely apologetic, and rather badly scorched. The lady took very little harm, except to her nerves and her temper. She cut him dead for the rest of the voyage, but I don't think it depressed him much. He was the sort of fellow that never gets depressed. Hello, there's Mrs. Philpot making violent signs. I suppose I had better go and see what she wants, or be dropped forevermore. Goodbye. He smiled upon her and departed, leaving her thoughtful, with a certain wistful wonder in her eyes. Lady Bassett's return interrupted her reverie. You have had some tea, I hope, dear? Ah, I thought Mr. Bobby Fraser was making his way in this direction. So sweet of him not to forget you when he has so many other calls upon his attention. And how are you faring for tonight? Is your program full yet? I have literally not one dance left. Lady Bassett had deemed it advisable to ignore the fact of Muriel's brief engagement to Captain Grange since the girl's return to India. She knew, as did her husband, that it had come to an end before Grange's death, but she withheld all comment upon it. Her one desire was to get the dear child married without delay, and she was not backward in letting her know it. Life at Galwalcand was one continuous round of gaiety, and she had every opportunity for forwarding her scheme. Though she deplored Muriel's unresponsiveness, she yet did not despair. It was sheer affectation on the girl's part, she would tell herself, and would soon pass. And after all, that queenly aloof air had a charm that was all its own. It might not attract the many, but she had begun to fancy of late that Bobby Fraser had felt its influence. He was not in the least the sort of man she would have expected to do so, but there was no accounting for taste, masculine taste especially, and it would be an excellent thing for Muriel. She was therefore being particularly gracious to her young charge just then, a state of affairs which Muriel endured rather than appreciated. She would never feel at her ease with Lady Bassett as long as she lived. She was glad when they drove away at length, for she wanted to be alone. Those anecdotes of Bobby's had affected her strangely. She had felt so completely cut off of late from all things connected with the past. No one ever mentioned Nick to her now, not even her faithful correspondent Olga. Meteor-like, He had flashed through her sky and disappeared, leaving a burning, ineradicable trail behind him. It is true, but none the less he was gone. She had not the faintest idea where he was. She would have given all she had to know, yet could not bring herself to ask. It seemed highly improbable that he would ever cross her path again, and she knew she ought to be glad of this. Yet no gladness ever warmed her heart. And now here was a man who had known him, who had told her of exploits new to her knowledge, yet how strangely familiar to her understanding, who had at a touch brought before her the weird personality that her imagination sometimes strove in vain to summon. She could have sat and listened to Bobby's reminiscences for hours. The bare mention of Nick's name made her blood run faster. Lady Bassett did not trouble her to converse during the drive back, ascribing to her evident desire for silence a reason which Muriel was too absent to suspect. But when the girl roused herself to throw a couple of annas to an old beggar who was crouched against the entrance to the residency grounds, she could not resist giving utterance to a gentle expostulation. "I wish you would not encourage these people, dearest. They are so extremely undesirable, and there is so much unrest in the state just now that I cannot but regard them with anxiety." Muriel murmured an apology, with the inward reservation to bestow her alms next time when Lady Bassett was not looking on. She found a letter lying on her table when she entered her room, and took it up listlessly, without much interest. Her mind was still running on those two anecdotes with which Bobby Fraser had so successfully enlivened her boredom. The writing on the envelope was vaguely familiar to her, but she did not associate it with anything of importance. Absently she opened it, half reluctant to recall her wandering thoughts. It came from a hill station in Bengal, but that told her nothing. She turned to the signature. The next instant she had turned back again to the beginning, and was reading eagerly. Her correspondent was Will Musgrave. "Dear Miss Roscoe," ran the letter, "after long consideration, I have decided to write and beg of you a favor which I fancy you will grant more readily than I venture to ask. My wife, as you probably know, joined me some months ago. She is in very indifferent health, and has expressed a most earnest wish to see you. I believe there is something which she wishes to tell you, something that weighs upon her heavily, and though I trust that all will go well with her, I cannot help feeling that she would stand a much better chance of this if only her mind could be set at rest. I know I am asking a big thing of you, for the journey is a ghastly one at this time of the year, but if of your goodness you can bring yourself to face it, I will myself meet you and escort you across the plains. Will you think the matter carefully over? And perhaps you would wire a reply. I have written without Daisy's knowledge, as she seems to feel that she has forfeited the right to your friendship. Sincerely yours, W. Musgrave." Muriel's reply was dispatched that evening, almost before she had fully read the appeal. "Starting tomorrow," was all she said. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 48. The Healing of the Breach. Lady Bassett considered the decision deplorably headlong, and said so. But her remonstrances were of no avail. Muriel tossed aside her listlessness as resolutely as the ball dress that had been laid out for the evening's festivity, and plunged at once into preparations for her journey. She knew full well that it was of no actual importance to Lady Bassett whether she went or stayed, and she did not pretend to think otherwise. Moreover, no power on earth would have kept her away from Daisy now that she knew herself to be wanted. Though more than half of the 3 days' journey lay across the sweltering plains, she contemplated it without anxiety, even with rejoicing. At last the breach, over which she had secretly mourned so deeply, was to be healed. The next morning, at an early hour, she was upon her way. She looked out as she drove through the gates for the old native beggar who had crouched at the entrance on the previous afternoon. He was not there, but a little further she met him hobbling along to take up his post for the day. From the folds of his chuddah, his unkempt beard wagged entreaty at the carriage as it passed. Impulsively, because of the gladness that was so new to her lonely heart, she leaned from the window and threw him a rupee. Looking back upon the journey later, she never remembered its tedium. She was as one borne on the wings of love, and she scarcely noticed the hardships of the way. Will Musgrave met her, according to his promise, at the great junction in the plains. She found him exceedingly solicitous for her welfare, but so grave and silent that she hardly liked to question him. He thanked her very earnestly for coming, said that Daisy was about the same, and then left her almost exclusively to the society of her ayah. The heat in the plains was terrific, but Muriel's courage never wavered. She endured it with unfaltering resolution, hour after hour reckoning the dwindling miles that lay before them, passing over all personal discomfort as of no account, content only to be going forward. But they left the plains behind at last, and then came to the welcome ascent to the hill station through a country where pine trees grew ever more and more abundant. At length, at the close of a splendid day, they reached it, and as they were nearing their destination, Will broke through his silence. "She doesn't know even yet that you are coming," he said. "I thought the suspense of waiting for you might be bad for her. Miss Roscoe, in heaven's name, make her happy if you can." There was such a passion of entreaty in his voice that Muriel was deeply touched. She gave him her hand impulsively. "Mr. Musgrave," she said, "to this day I do not know what it was that came between us, but I promise that if any effort of mine can remove it, it shall be removed tonight." Will Musgrave squeezed her fingers hard. "God bless you," he said earnestly. And with that he left her, and went on ahead to prepare Daisy for her coming. All her life, Muriel remembered Daisy's welcome of that evening with a thrill of pain. They met at the gate of the little compound that surrounded the bungalow Will had taken for his wife, and though the light of the sinking sun smote with a certain ruddiness upon Daisy, Muriel was unspeakably shocked by her appearance. Her white hair, her deathly pallor, the haunting misery of her eyes, above all her silence, went straight to the girl's heart. Without a single word, she gathered Daisy close in her warm young arms, and so held her in a long and speechless embrace. After all, it was Daisy who spoke first, gently drawing herself away. "Come in, darling. You must be nearly dead after your awful journey. I can't think how Will could ask it of you at this time of the year. I couldn't myself." "I would have come to you from the world's end, and gladly," Muriel answered in her deep voice. "You know I would." And that was all that passed between them, for Will was present, and Daisy had already begun to lead her guest into the house. As the evening wore on, Muriel was more and more struck by the great change she saw in her. They had not met for 10 months, but twice as many years seemed to have passed over Daisy, crushing her beneath their weight. All her old sprightliness had vanished utterly. She spoke but little, and there was in her manner to her husband a wistful humility, a submission so absolute that Muriel, remembering her ancient spirit, could have wept. Will looked at her as if he longed to say something when she bade him good night, but Daisy was beside her, and he could only give her a tremendous hand grip. They went away together, and Daisy accompanied her to her room, but the wall of reserve that had been built up between them was not to be shattered at a touch. Neither of them knew exactly how to approach it. There was no awkwardness between them. There was no lack of tenderness. But the door that had closed so long ago was hard to open. Daisy seemed to avoid it with a morbid dread, and it was not in Muriel's power to make the first move. So for a while they lingered together, talking commonplaces, and at length parted for the night, holding each other closely, without words. It seemed evident that Daisy could not bring herself to speak at present, and Muriel went to bed with a heavy heart. She was far too weary to lie awake, but her tired brain would not rest. For the first time in many dreary months, she dreamed of Nick. He was jeering at her in devilish jubilation because she had changed her mind about marrying him, but lacked the courage to tell him so. End of chapter 48. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 5, Chapter 49 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gini Rosario. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 49, The Lowering of the Flag. The night was very far advanced when Muriel was aroused from her dreams by a sound which she drowsily fancied must have been going on for some time. It did not disturb her very seriously at first. She even subconsciously made an effort to ignore it. But at length a sudden stab of understanding pierced her sleep-laden senses, and in a moment she started up broad awake. Someone was in the room with her. Through the dumb stillness before the dawn there came the sound of bitter weeping. For a few seconds she sat motionless, startled, bewildered, half afraid. The room was in nearly total darkness. Only in dimmest outline could she discern the long French window that opened upon the veranda. The weeping continued. It was half smothered, but it sounded agonized. A great wave of compassion swept suddenly over Muriel. All in a moment she understood. Swiftly she leaned forward into the darkness, feeling outwards till her groping hands touched a figure that crouched beside the bed. "Daisy, Daisy, my darling," she said, and there was anguish in her own voice. "What is it?" In a second the sobbing ceased as if some magic had silenced it. Two hands reached up out of the darkness and tightly clasped hers. A broken voice whispered her name. "What is it?" Muriel repeated in growing distress. "Hush, dear, hush," the trembling voice implored. "Don't let Will hear. It worries him so." "But, my darling," Muriel protested. She began to feel for some matches, but again the nervous hands caught and imprisoned hers. "Don't, please," Daisy begged her earnestly. I have something to tell you, something that will shock you unutterably, and I don't want you to see my face." She resisted Muriel's attempt to put her arms about her. "No, no, dear. Hear me first. There, let me kneel beside you. It will not take me long. It isn't just for my own sake I am going to speak, nor yet entirely for yours. You will see presently. Don't ask me anything, please, till I have done. And then, if there is anything you want to know, I will try to tell you." "Come and lie beside me," Muriel urged. But Daisy would not. She had sunk very low beside the bed. For a while she crouched there in silence while she summoned her strength. Then, "Oh, Muriel," she suddenly said, and the words seemed to burst from her with a great sigh, "I wonder if you ever really loved Blake." "No, dear, I never did." Muriel's answer came quiet and sincere through the darkness. "Nor did he love me. Our engagement was a mistake. I was going to tell him so, if things had been different." "I never thought you cared for him," Daisy said. "But oh, Muriel, I did. I loved him with my whole soul. No, don't start. It is over now, at least that part of it that was sinful. I only tell you of it because it is the key to everything that must have puzzled you so horribly all this time. We always loved each other from the very beginning, but our people wouldn't hear of it because we were cousins, and so we separated, and I used to think that I had put it away from me. But last summer it all came back. You mustn't blame him, Muriel. Blame me. Blame me. The thin hands tightened convulsively. It was when my baby died that I began to give way. We never meant it, either of us, but we didn't fight hard enough. And then, at last, at Breathhaven, Nick found it out. And it was because he knew that Blake's heart was not in his compact with you that he made him write to you and break it off. It was not for his own ends at all that he did it. It was for your sake alone. He even swore to Blake that if he would put an end to his engagement, he, on his part, would give up all idea of winning you and would never trouble you any more. And that was the finest thing he ever did, Muriel, for he never loved anyone but you. Surely you know it. You must know it by this time. You have never understood him, but you must have begun to realize that he has loved you well enough to set your happiness and well-being always far, far before his own. Daisy paused. Her weeping had wholly ceased, but she was shivering from head to foot. Muriel sat in silence above her, watching wide-eyed, unseeing the vague hint of light at the open window. She was beginning to understand many things, many things, that had been as a sealed book to her till then. After a time, Daisy went on. No one will ever know what Nick was to me at that time, how he showed me the wickedness of it all, how he held me back from taking the final step, making me realize, even against my will, that love, true love, is holy, conquering all evil. And afterwards, when Blake was gone, he stood by me and helped me to live and brought me back at last to my husband. I could never have done it alone. I hadn't the strength, you see. The low voice faltered suddenly. I never expected Will to forgive me. I never asked it of him, any more than I am asking it of you. Oh, my darling, there is no need. Muriel turned suddenly to throw impetuous arms about the huddled figure at her side. Daisy, Daisy, I love you. Let us forget there has ever been this thing between us. Let us be as we used to be, and never drift apart again. Tenderly, but insistently, she lifted Daisy to the bed beside her, holding her fast. The wall between them was broken down at last. They clung together as sisters long parted. Daisy, spent by the violence of her emotion, lay for a long time in Muriel's arms without attempting anything further, but at length, with a palpable effort, she began to speak of other things. You know, I have a feeling, perhaps it is morbid, that I am not going to live. I am sure Will thinks so too. If I die, Muriel, 3 months from now, you and Nick must help him all you can. You are not going to die, Muriel asserted vehemently. You are not to talk of dying, or think of it. Oh, Daisy, can't you look forward to the better time that is coming, when you will have something to live for? And won't you try to think more of Will? It would break his heart to lose you. I do think of him, Daisy said wearily. I would do anything to make him happier, but I can't look forward. I am so tired, so tired. You will feel differently by and by, Muriel whispered. Perhaps, she assented. I don't know. I don't feel as if I shall ever hold another child in my arms. God knows I don't deserve it. Do you think he looks at it in that way? Murmured Muriel, her arms tightening. There wouldn't be much in life for any of us if he did. I don't know, Daisy said again. She lay quiet for a little, as though pondering something. Then at length, hesitatingly, she spoke. Muriel, there is one thing, that whether I live or whether I die, I want with my whole heart. May I tell you what it is? Of course, dear. What is it? Daisy turned in her arms, holding her in a clasp that was passionate. My darling, she whispered very earnestly, I would give all I have in the world to know you happy with the man you love. Silence followed the words. Muriel had become suddenly quite still. Her head was bent. Don't bar me out of your confidence, Daisy implored her tremulously. There is so little left for me to do now. Muriel, dearest, do you love him? Muriel moved impulsively, hiding her face in her friend's neck, but she said no word in answer. Daisy went on softly, as though she had spoken. He is still waiting for you. I think he will wait all his life, though he will never come to you again unless you call him. Won't you, can't you, send him just one little word? How can I? The words broke suddenly from Muriel, as though she could no longer restrain them. How can I possibly? It could be done, Daisy said. I know he is still somewhere in India. Though he has left the army, we could get a message to him at any time. Oh, but I couldn't. Muriel had begun to tremble violently. There was a sound of tears in her deep voice. Besides, he wouldn't come. My dear, he would, Daisy assured her. He would come to you directly, if he only knew that you wanted him. Muriel, surely you are not too proud to let him know? Proud? Oh, no, no. There was almost a moan in the words. Muriel's head sank a little lower. Heaven knows I'm not proud, she said. I am ashamed, miserably ashamed. I have trampled on his love so often, so often. How could I ask him for it now? Ah, but if he came to you, Daisy persisted, if in spite of all he came to you, you wouldn't send him away. Send him away? A sudden note of passion thrilled in Muriel's voice. She lifted her head sharply. With the tears upon her cheeks, she yet spoke with a certain exultation. I would follow him barefoot across the world, she said, if he would only lift one finger to call me. But oh, Daisy, her confidence vanished at a breath. Where's the use of talking? He never, never will. He will if you let him know, Daisy answered with conviction. Don't you think you can, dear? Give me just one word for him, one tiny message that he will understand. Only trust him this once, just this once. Give him his opportunity. He has never had one before, poor boy, and I know he will not throw it away. You don't think he will laugh? Muriel whispered. My dear child, no. Nick doesn't laugh at sacred things. Muriel's face was burning in the darkness. She covered it with her hands as though it could be seen. For a few seconds she sat very still. Then slowly but steadily she spoke. Tell him then, Daisy, from me, that love conquers all things, and we must yield to love. End of chapter 49. Part 5, Chapter 50 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gini, Rosario. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 50. Erebus. Not another word passed between Daisy and Muriel upon the subject of that night's confidences. There seemed nothing further to be said. Moreover, there was between them a closer understanding than words could compass. The days that followed passed very peacefully, and Daisy began to improve so marvelously in health and spirits that both her husband and her guest caught at times fleeting glimpses of the old, light-hearted personality that they had loved in earlier days. You have done wonders for my wife, Will said one day to Muriel, and though she disclaimed all credit, she could not fail to see a very marked improvement. She herself was feeling unaccountably happy in those days, as though somewhere, deep down in her heart, a bird had begun to sing. Again and again she told herself that she had no cause for gladness, but again and yet again that sweet elusive music filled her soul. She would have gladly stayed on with Daisy, seeing how the latter clung to her, for an indefinite period, but this was not to be. Daisy came out onto the veranda one morning with a letter in her hand. My dear, she said, I regret to say that I must part with you. I have had a most touching epistle from Lady Bassett, describing at length your many wasted opportunities, and urging me to return you to the fold with all speed. It seems there is to be a state ball at the palace, an immense affair to which the Rajah is inviting all the big guns for miles around, and Lady Bassett thinks that her dear child ought not to miss such a gorgeous occasion. She seems to think that something of importance depends upon it, and hints that I should be almost criminally selfish to deprive you of such a treat as this will be. Muriel lifted a flushed face from a letter of her own. I have heard from Sir Reginald, she said. Evidently she has made him right. I can't think why, for she never wants me when I am with her. I don't see why I should go, do you? After all, I am of age and independent. A very tender smile touched Daisy's lips. I think you had better go, darling, she said. Muriel opened her eyes wide. But why? Daisy checked the question half uttered. I think it will be better for you. I never meant to let you stay till the rains, so it makes little more than a week's difference. It sounds as if I want to be rid of you, doesn't it? But you know it isn't that. I shall miss you horribly, but you have done what you came to do, and I shall get on all right now. So I am not going to keep you with me any longer. My reasons are not Lady Bassett's reasons, but all the same it would be selfish of me to let you stay. Later on, perhaps, in the winter, you will come and make a long stay. Spend Christmas with us, and we will have some real fun, shall we? Will?" Turning to her husband, who had just appeared. He stared for an instant, as if he thought he had not heard aright, and there was to Muriel something infinitely pathetic in the way his brown hand touched his wife's shoulder as he passed her and made reply. "Oh, rather," he said. "We'll have a regular jollification with as many old friends as we can collect. Don't forget, Miss Roscoe, you are booked first and foremost, and we shall keep you to it, Daisy and I." 2 days later, Muriel was on her way back to Gawalkand. She found the heat of the journey almost insupportable. The plains lay under a burning pall of cloud, and at night the rolling thunder was incessant. But no rain fell to ease the smothering oppression of the atmosphere. She almost fainted one evening, but Will was with her, and she never forgot his kindly ministrations. A few hours' journey from Gawalkand, Sir Reginald himself met her, and here she parted with Will, with renewed promises of a future meeting towards the end of the year. Sir Reginald fussed over her kind-heartedly, hoped she had enjoyed herself, thought she looked very thin, and declared that his wife was looking forward with much pleasure to her return. The state was still somewhat unsettled. There had been 1 or 2 outrages of late, nothing serious, of course, but the native element was restless, and he fancied Lady Bassett was nervous. She was away at a polo match when they arrived, and Muriel profited by her absence and went straight to bed. She could have slept for hours had she been permitted to do so, but Lady Bassett, returning, awoke her to receive her welcome. She was charmed to have her back, she declared, though shocked to see her looking so wan. So almost plain, dear child, if one may take the liberty of an old friend to tell you so. Neither the crooked smile that accompanied this gentle criticism, nor the decidedly grim laugh with which it was received, was of a particularly friendly nature, but these facts were not extraordinary. There had never been the smallest hint of sympathy between them. "I trust you will be looking much better than this 2 nights hence," Lady Bassett proceeded in her soft accents. "The Rajah's ball is to be very magnificent, quite dazzlingly so from all accounts. Mr. Bobby Fraser is of course behind the scenes, and he tells me that the preparations in progress are simply gigantic. By the way, dear, it is to be hoped that your absence has not damaged your prospects in that quarter. I have been afraid lately that he was transferring his allegiance to the second Egerton girl. I hope earnestly that there is nothing in it, for you know how I have your happiness at heart, do you not? And it would be such an excellent thing for you, dear child, as I expect you realize. For you know, you look so much older than you actually are, that you really ought not to throw away any more opportunities. Every girl thinks she must have her fling, but you, dear, should soberly think of getting settled soon. You would not like to get left, I feel sure." At this point Muriel sat up suddenly, her dark eyes very bright, and in brief tones announced that so far as she was concerned, the second Egerton girl was more than welcome to Mr. Fraser, and she hoped, if she wanted him, she would manage to keep him. It was crudely expressed, as Lady Bassett pointed out with a sigh for her waywardness, but Muriel always was crude when her deeper feelings were disturbed, and physical fatigue had made her irritable. She wished ardently that Lady Bassett would leave her, but Lady Bassett had not quite done. She lingered to ask for news of poor little Daisy Musgrave. Had she yet fully recovered from the shock of her cousin's tragic death? Could she bear to speak of him? She, Lady Bassett, had always suspected the existence of an unfortunate attachment between them. Muriel had no information to bestow upon the subject. She hoped and believed that Daisy was getting stronger, and had promised, all being well, to spend Christmas with her. Lady Bassett shook her head over this declaration. The dear child was so headlong. Much might happen before Christmas. And what of Mr. Ratcliffe? This was on her way to the door. Had she heard the extraordinary, the really astounding news concerning him that had just reached Lady Bassett's ears? She asked because he and Mrs. Musgrave used to be such friends, though to be sure Mr. Ratcliffe seemed to have thrown off all his old friends of late. Had Muriel actually not heard? Heard? Heard what? Muriel forced out the question from between lips that were white and stiff. She was suddenly afraid, horribly, unspeakably afraid, but she kept her eyes unflinchingly upon Lady Bassett's face. She would sooner die than quail in her presence. Lady Bassett, holding the door-handle, looked back at her, faintly smiling. "I wonder you have not heard, dear. I thought you were in correspondence with his people, but perhaps they also are in the dark. It is a most unheard-of thing, quite irrevocable, I am told, but I always felt that he was a man to do unusual things. There was always to my mind something uncanny, abnormal, something almost superhuman about him." "But what has happened to him?" Muriel did not know how she uttered the words. They seemed to come without her own volition. She was conscious of a choking sensation within her, as though iron bands were tightening about her heart. It beat in leaps and bounds like a tortured thing striving to escape. But through it all she sat quite motionless, her eyes fixed upon Lady Bassett's face, noting its faint wry smile, as the eyes of a prisoner on the rack might note the grim lines on the face of the torturer. "My dear," Lady Bassett said, "he has gone into a Buddhist monastery in Tibet." Calmly, the words fell through smiling lips. Only words, but with how deadly a thrust they pierced the heart of the woman who heard them none but herself would ever know. She gave no sign of suffering. She only stared wide-eyed before her as an image, devoid of expression, inanimate, sphinx-like, while that awful constriction grew straighter round her heart. Lady Bassett was already turning to go when the deep voice arrested her. "Who told you this?" She looked back, holding the open door. "I scarcely know who first mentioned it. I have heard it from so many people. In fact, the news is general property. Captain Gresham of the Guides told me for one. He has just gone back to Peshawar. The news reached him, I believe, from there. Then there was Colonel Cathcart for another. He was talking of it only this afternoon at the club, saying what a deplorable example it was for an Englishman to set. He and Mr. Bobby Fraser had quite a hot argument about it. Mr. Fraser has such advanced ideas, but I must admit that I rather admire the staunch way in which he defends them. There, dear child, you must not keep me gossiping any longer. You look positively haggard. I earnestly hope a good sleep will restore you, for I cannot possibly take that wan face to the Rajah's ball." Lady Bassett departed with the words, shaking her head tolerantly and still smiling. But for long after she had gone, Muriel remained with fixed eyes and tense muscles, watching dumbly, immovably, despairingly, at the locked door of her paradise. So this was the key to his silence, the reason that her message had gone unanswered. She had stretched out her hands to him too late. And ever through the barren desert of her vigil, a man's voice, vital and passionate, rang and echoed in a maddening, perpetual refrain. "All your life you will remember that I was once yours to take or to throw away, and you wanted me, yet you chose to throw me away." It was a refrain she had heard often, and often before, but it had never tortured her as it tortured her now. Now, when her last hope was finally quenched, now, when at last she fully realized what it was that had once been hers, and that in her tragic blindness she had wantonly cast away. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 51. The Bird of Paradise. Muriel did not leave the Residency again until the evening of the state ball at the palace. Scarcely did she leave her room, pleading intense fatigue as her excuse for this seclusion. But she could not without exciting remark absent herself from the great function for which ostensibly she had returned to Galwalkhand. She wore a dress of unrelieved white for the occasion, for she had but recently discarded her mourning for her father, and her face was almost as devoid of color. Her dark hair lay in a shadowy mass above her forehead, accentuating her pallor. Her eyes looked out upon the world with tragic indifference, unexpectant, apathetic. "My dear, you don't look well," said Sir Reginald, as, gorgeous in his glittering uniform, he stood to hand her, after his wife, into the carriage. She smiled a little. "It is nothing. I am still rather tired, that's all." Driving through the gates, she looked forth absently and spied the old beggar crouching in his accustomed place. He almost prostrated himself at sight of her, but she had no money with her, nor could she have bestowed any under Lady Bassett's disapproving eye. The carriage rolled on, leaving his obsequiousness unrequited. Entering the glittering ballroom, all hung with glowing colors, was like entering a garden of splendid flowers. European and Indian costumes were mingled in shining confusion. A hubbub of music and laughter seemed to engulf them like a rushing torrent. "Ah, here you are at last." It was Bobby Fraser's voice at Muriel's side. He looked at her with cheery approval. "I say, you know, you're the queen of this gathering. Pity there isn't a king anywhere about." "Perhaps there is, eh?" "Well, can you give me a dance?" "Afraid I haven't a waltz left. No matter. We can sit out. I know a cozy corner exactly fitted to my tastes. In fact, I've booked it for the evening, and I want to talk with you badly." "Number 5, then. Goodbye." He was gone, leaving Muriel with the curious impression that there really was something of importance that he wished to say to her. She wondered what it was. That he was paying her serious attention she had never for a moment believed, nor had she given him the faintest encouragement to do so. She knew that Lady Bassett thought otherwise, but she had never rated her opinion very highly, and she had never read anything but the most casual friendliness in Bobby's attitude. Still, it disturbed her somewhat, that hint of intimacy that his words portended, and she awaited the dance he had solicited in the state of mind very nearly allied to apprehension. Lady Bassett's suggestions had done for her what no self-consciousness would ever have accomplished unaided. They had implanted within her a deep-rooted misgiving, before which all ease of manner fled. When Bobby Fraser joined her, she was so plainly nervous that he could not fail to remark it. He led her to a quiet corner above the garden that was sheltered from the throng by flowering tamarisks. "I say," he said, "I hope you are not letting yourself get scared by these infernal budmashes. The reports have all been immensely exaggerated, as usual." "I am not at all scared," she told him. "But wasn't there an Englishman murdered the other day?" "Oh, yes," he admitted, "but miles and miles away. Right the other side of the state. There was nothing in that to alarm anyone here. It might have happened anywhere. People are such fools," he threw in vindictively. "Begin to look askance at the native population, and of course they are on the qui vive instantly. It is only to be expected. It was downright madness to send a resident here. They resent it, you know. But the Rajah's influence is enormous. Nothing could happen here." "I wonder," said Muriel. She had scarcely given the matter a thought before, but it was a relief to find some impersonal topic for discussion. Bobby, however, had no intention of pursuing it further. "Oh, it's self-evident," he said. "They are loyal to the Rajah, and the Rajah is well known to be loyal to the Crown. It's only these duffers of administrators that make the mischief." He broke into an abrupt laugh, and changed the subject. Let us talk of something less exasperating. How did you get on while you were away? You must have found the journey across the plains pretty ghastly. She told him a little about it, incidentally mentioning Will Musgrave. Oh, I know him, he broke in. An engineer, isn't he? Awfully clever chap. I met him years ago at Sharapura, the time Nick Ratcliffe won the Great Mogul's Cup. I told you that story, didn't I? Yes, he had done so. She informed him of the fact with an immovable face. It might have been a subject of total indifference to her. You know Nick Ratcliffe, don't you? He pursued, evidently following his own train of thought. She flushed at the direct question. She had not expected it. It is a very long time since I last saw him, she said, with a deliberate effort to banish all interest from her voice. He was not looking at her. He could not have been aware of the flush. Yet he elected to push the matter further. A queer fish, he said, a very queer fish. He has lost his left arm, poor beggar. Did you know? Yes, she knew, but she could hardly summon the strength to tell him so. Her fan concealed her quivering lips, but the hand that held it shook uncontrollably. But he, still casual, continued his desultory harangue. Always reminds one of a jack-in-the-box, that fellow. Has a knack of popping up when you least expect him. You never know what he will do next. You can only judge him by the things he doesn't do. For instance, there's been a rumor floating about lately that he has just gone into a Tibetan monastery. Heaven knows who started it and why. But it is absolutely untrue. It is the sort of thing that couldn't be true of a man of his temperament. Don't you agree with me? Or perhaps you didn't know him very well and don't feel qualified to judge. At this point, he pulled out his program and studied it frowningly. He was plainly not paying much attention to her reply. He seemed to be contemplating something that worried him. It made it all the easier for her to answer. No, she said slowly. I didn't know him very well. But that rumor was told to me as absolute fact. Of course, I believed it. She knew that her face was burning as she ended. She could feel the blood surging through every vein. If you want to know what I think, said Bobby Fraser deliberately, it is that rumor was a malicious invention of someone's. Oh, do you? She said. But why? He turned and looked at her. His usual merry face was stern. Because, he said, it served someone's end to make someone else believe that Nick had dropped out for good. Her eyes fell under his direct look. I don't understand, she murmured desperately. Nor do I, he rejoined. For certain, I can only surmise. It doesn't do to believe things too readily. One gets led in that way. He rose and offered her his arm. Come outside for a little. This place is too warm for comfort. She went with him willingly, thankful to turn her face to the night. A dozen questions hovered on her lips, but she could not ask him one of them. She could only walk beside him and profess to listen to the stream of anecdotes which he began to pour forth for her entertainment. She did not actually hear one of them. They came to her all jumbled and confused, through such a torrent of gladness as surely she had never known before. For the bird in her heart had lifted its head again, and was singing its rapture to the stars. End of chapter 51. Recording by John Brandon. Part 5, Chapter 52 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 52. A Woman's Offering. Looking back upon the hours that followed that talk with Bobby behind the tamarisks, Muriel could never recall in detail how they passed. She moved in a whirl, all her pulses racing, all her senses on the alert. None of her partners had ever seen her gay before, but she was gay that night, with a spontaneous and wonderful gaiety that came from the very heart of her. It was not a gaiety that manifested itself in words, but it was none the less apparent to those about her, for her eyes shone as though they looked into a radiant future, and she danced as one inspired. She was like a statue waked to splendid life. Swiftly the hours flew by. She scarcely noted their passage, any more than she noted the careless talk and laughter that hummed around her. She moved in an atmosphere of her own, to a melody that none other heard. The ball was wearing to a close, when at length Lady Bassett summoned her to return. Lady Bassett was wearing her most gracious smile. "You have been much admired tonight, dear child," she murmured to the girl as they passed into the cloakroom. Muriel's eyes looked disdainful for an instant, but they could not remain so. As swiftly the happiness flashed back into them. "I have enjoyed myself," she said simply. She threw a gauzy scarf about her neck and turned to go. She did not want her evening spoilt by criticisms, however honeyed. The great marble entrance was crowded with departing guests. She edged her way to one of the pillars at the head of the long flight of steps, watching party after party descend to the waiting carriages. The dancing had not yet ceased, and strains of waltz music came to her where she stood, fitful, alluring, plaintive. They were playing the Blue Danube. She listened to it as one in a dream, and while she listened the tears gathered in her eyes. How was it she had been so slow to understand? Would she ever make it up to him? She wondered how long he meant to keep her in suspense. It was not like him to linger thus, if he had indeed received her message. She hoped he would come soon. The waiting was hard to bear. She called to mind once more the last words he had spoken to her. He had said that he would not swoop a second time, but she could not imagine him doing anything else. He would be sudden, he would be disconcerting, he would be overwhelming. He would come on winged feet in answer to her call, but he would give her no quarter. He would neither ask nor demand. He would simply take. She caught her breath and hastened to divert her thought, realizing that she was on the verge of the old torturing process of self-intimidation, which had so often before unnerved her. The throng about her had lessened considerably. Glancing downwards, she discerned at the foot of the steps the old beggar, who so persistently haunted the residency gates, incurring thereby Lady Bassett's alarmed displeasure. He was crouching well to one side in the familiar attitude of supplication. There were dozens like him in Gowalkhand, but she knew him by the peculiar gibbering movement of the wiry beard that protruded from his chutta. He was repulsive, but in a fashion fascinating. He made her think of a wizened old monkey who had wandered from his kind. She had come to regard him almost in the light of a protégé, and remembering suddenly that he had besought an alms of her in vain some hours before, she turned impulsively to a man she knew, who had just come up. "Colonel Cathcart, will you lend me a rupee?" He dived in his pocket and brought out a handful of money. She found the coin she wanted, thanked him with a smile, and began to descend the steps. The old native was not looking at her. Something else seemed to have caught his attention. For the moment he had ceased to cringe and implore. She heard Sir Reginald's voice above her. He was standing in talk with the Rajah while he waited for his wife. And then she was halfway down the steps when it happened. A sudden loud cry rang fiercely up to her, arresting her where she stood. A man's voice, inarticulate at first, bursting from mere sound into furious, headlong denunciation. "You infernal hound!" it cried. "You damned assassin!" At the same moment the old beggar at the foot of the palace steps sprang panther-like from his crouching position to hurl himself bodily at something that skulked in the shadows beyond him. The marvelous agility of the action, the unerring precision with which he pounced upon his prey, above all, the voice that had yelled in execration, sent such a stab of amazed recognition through Muriel that she stood for a second as one petrified. But the next instant all her senses were pricked into alertness by a revolver shot. Another came, and yet another. They were fighting below like tigers, two men in native dress, swaying, straining, struggling, not 3 yards from where she stood. She never fully remembered afterwards how she came to realize that Nick himself was there before her in the flesh, fighting like a demon, fighting as she had seen him fight once long ago, when every nerve in her body had been strung to agonized repulsion. She felt no repulsion now, no shrinking of any sort, only a wild anguish of fear for his sake that drove her like a mad creature down the intervening steps, that sent her flashing between him and his adversary, that inspired her to wrench away the smoking revolver from the murderous hand that gripped it. She went through those awful moments as a woman possessed, blindly obeying the compelling force, goaded by sheer primeval instinct to protect her own. It was but a conflict of seconds, but while it lasted, she was untrammeled by any doubts or hesitations. She was sublimely sure of herself. She was superbly unafraid. When it was over, when men crowded round and dragged her enemy back, when the pressing need was past, her courage fell from her like a mantle. She sank down upon the steps, a trembling, hysterical woman, and began to cry. Someone bent over her, someone whispered soothing words, someone drew the revolver out of her weak grasp. Looking up, she saw the old native beggar upon whom she had thought to bestow her charity. "Oh, Nick!" she gasped. "Nick!" And there stopped in sudden misgiving. Was this grotesque figure indeed Nick? Could it be? This man who had sat at the Residency gates for weeks, this man to whom she had so often tossed an alms. Her brain had begun to reel, but she clung to the central idea as one in deep waters clinging to a spar. "Speak to me," she entreated. "Only speak to me." But before he could answer, Bobby Fraser pushed suddenly forward, bent over, lifted her. "You are not hurt, Miss Roscoe?" he questioned anxiously, deep concern on his kindly face. "The damned swine didn't touch you. There. Come back into the palace. You're the bravest girl I ever met." He began to help her up the steps, but though she was spent and near to fainting, she resisted him. "That man," she faltered. Don't let him go." "Certainly not," said Bobby promptly. "Here, you old scarecrow, come and lend a hand." But the old scarecrow apparently had other plans for himself, for he had already vanished from the scene as swiftly and noiselessly as a shadow from a sheet. "He is gone," wailed Muriel. "He is gone. Oh, why did you let him go?" "He'll turn up again," said Bobby consolingly. "That sort of chap always does. I say, how ghastly you look. Take my arm. You're not going to faint, are you? Ah, here is Colonel Cathcart. Miss Roscoe isn't hurt, sir, only upset. Can we get her back to the palace?" They bore her back between them and left her to be tended by the women. She was not unconscious, but the shock had utterly unstrung her. She lay with closed eyes, listening vaguely to the buzz of excited comment about her, and wondering with an aching heart, why he had gone. No one seemed to know exactly what had taken place, and she was too exhausted to tell. Possibly she would not have told in any case. It was known only that an attempt had been made upon the life of the British resident, Sir Reginald Bassett, and it was surmised that Muriel had realized the murderous intention in time to frustrate it. Certainly a native had tried to help her, but since the native had disappeared, his share in the conflict was not regarded as very great. As a matter of fact, the light had been too uncertain and the struggle too confused for even the eyewitnesses to know with any certainty what had taken place. Theories and speculations were many and various, but not one of them were near to the truth. "Dear Muriel, will you tell us presently just how it happened?" Lady Bassett said in her soft voice. But Muriel was as one who heard not. She would not even open her eyes till Sir Reginald came to her, pillowed her head against him, kissed her white face, and called her his brave little girl. That moved her at last, awaking in her the old piteous hunger, never wholly stifled, for her father. She turned and clung to him convulsively, with an inarticulate murmuring that ended in passionate tears. End of Chapter 52. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 5, Chapter 53 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 5, Chapter 53, The Last Skirmish. Why had he gone? That was the question that vexed Muriel's soul through the long hours that followed her return to the Residency. Lying sleepless on her bed, she racked her weary brain for an answer to the riddle, but found none. Her brief doubt regarding him had long since fled. She knew with absolute certainty that it was Nick and no other who had yelled those furious words, who had made that panther spring, who had leaned over her and withdrawn the revolver from her hold, telling her softly not to cry. But why had he gone just then when she needed him most? Surely by now her message had reached him. Surely he knew that she wanted him, that she had lowered what he had termed her miserable little rag of pride to tell him so. Then why was he tormenting her thus, playing with her as a cat might play with a mouse? Was he taking his revenge for all the bitter scorn she had flung at him in the past? Did he think to wring from her some more definite appeal? Ah, that was it. Like a searchlight flashing inwards, she remembered her promise to him uttered long ago against her will, his answering oath, and she knew that he meant to hold her to that promise, that he would exact the very uttermost sacrifice that it entailed, and then, perchance, she shivered at the unendurable thought, he would laugh his baffling, enigmatical laugh and go his way. But this was unbearable, impossible. She would sooner die than suffer it. She would sooner, yes, she would almost sooner, break her promise. And then, to save her from distraction, the other side of the picture presented itself, that reverse side which he had once tauntingly advised her to study. If he truly loved her, he would not treat her thus. It would not gratify him to see her in the dust. If he still cared, as Daisy had assured her he did, it would not be his pleasure to make her suffer. But then again, oh, torturing question, had that been so, would he have gone at that critical moment? Would he have left her when a look, a touch, would have sufficed to establish complete understanding? Drearily the hours dragged away. The heat was great, and just before daybreak a thunderstorm rolled up, but spent itself without a drop of rain. It put the finishing touches to Muriel's restlessness. She rose and dressed to sit by her window with her torturing thoughts for company and awaited the day. With the passing of the storm, a slight drought that was like a shudder moved the scorched leaves of the acacias in the compound, quivered a little, and ceased. Then came the dawn, revealing mass upon mass of piled cloud hanging low over the earth. The breaking of the monsoon was drawing very near. There could be no lifting of the atmosphere, no relief, until it came. She leaned her aching head against the window frame in a maze of weariness unutterable. Her heart was too heavy for prayer. Minutes passed, the daylight grew and swiftly overspread all things. The leaden silence began to be pierced here and there by the barking of a dog, the crowing of a cock, the scolding of a parrot. Somewhere, either in the compound or close to it, someone began to whistle, a soft, tentative whistle, like a young blackbird trying its notes. Muriel remained motionless, scarcely heeding, while it wove itself into the background of her thoughts. She was in fact hardly aware of it, till suddenly, with a great thrill of astonishment that shook her from head to foot, a wild suspicion seized her, and she started up, listening intently. The fitful notes were resolving into a melody, a waltz she knew, alluring, enchanting, compelling, the waltz that had filled in the dreadful silences on that night long ago, when she had fought so desperately hard for her freedom, and had prevailed at last. But stay, had she prevailed? Had she not rather been a captive in spite of it all ever since? On and on went the haunting waltz refrain, now near, now far, now summoning, now eluding. She stood gripping the curtain till she could bear it no longer, and then, with a great sob, she mustered her resolution. She stepped out upon the veranda and passed down between shriveled trailing roses to the garden below. The tune ceased quite suddenly, and she found herself moving through a silence that could be felt. But she would not turn back then. She would not let herself be discouraged. She had been frightened so often when there had been no need for fear. On she pressed to the end of the path till she stood by the high fence that bordered the road. She could see no one. The garden lay absolutely deserted. She paused, hesitating, bewildered. At the same instant, from the other side of the fence, almost as if rising from the ground at her feet, a careless voice began to hum, a cracked, tuneless, unmistakable voice that sent the blood to her heart with a force that nearly suffocated her. "Nick," she said, almost in a whisper. He did not hear her evidently. His humming continued with unabated liveliness. "Nick," she said again. Still no result. There was nothing in the least dramatic in the situation. It might almost have been described as ludicrous, but the white-faced woman in the compound did not find it so. She waited till he had come to a suitable stopping place, and then, before he could renew the melody, she rapped with nervous force upon the fence. There fell a most unexpected silence. She broke it with words imploringly, almost agonized. "Nick, Nick, come and speak to me for heaven's sake." His flippant voice greeted her at once in a tone of cheerful inquiry. "That you, Muriel?" Her agitation began to subside of itself. Nothing could have been more casual than his question. "Yes," she said in reply. "Why are you out there? Why don't you come in?" "My dear girl, at this hour?" There was shocked reproof in the ejaculation. Nick was evidently scandalized at the suggestion. Muriel lost her patience forthwith. Was it for this that she had spent all those miserable hours of fruitless heart-searching? His trifling was worse than ridiculous. It was insufferable. "You are to come in at once," she said in a tone of authority. "What for?" said Nick. Because... She hesitated and stopped, her face burning. "Because," said Nick encouragingly. "Oh, don't be absurd," she exclaimed in desperation. "How can I possibly talk to you there?" "It depends upon what you want to say," said Nick. "If it is something particularly private..." He paused. "Well," she said. "You can always come to me, you know," he pointed out. "But I shouldn't do that if I were you. It would be neither dignified nor proper. And a girl in your position, dearest Muriel, cannot be too discreet. It is the greatest mistake in the world to act upon impulse. Let me entreat you to do nothing headlong. Take another year or so to think things over. There are so many nice men to choose from, and this absurd infatuation of yours cannot possibly last." "Don't, Nick." Muriel's voice held a curious mixture of mirth and sadness. It isn't a bit funny to talk like that. It isn't even particularly kind." "Ye gods," said Nick, "who wants to be kind?" "Not you, evidently," she told him with a hint of bitterness. "You only aim at being intelligent." "Well, you'll admit I hit the mark sometimes," he rejoined. "I'm like a rat, eh? Clever but loathsome." She uttered a quivering laugh. "No, you are much more like an eagle, waiting to strike. Why don't you, I wonder, and take what you want?" Nick's answering laugh had a mocking note in it. "Oh, I can play animal grab as well as anybody, better than most," he said modestly, "but I don't chance to regard this as a suitable occasion for displaying my skill. Uninteresting for you, of course, but then you are fond of running away when there is no one after you. It's been your favorite pastime for almost as long as I have known you." The sudden silence with which this airy remark was received had in it something tragic. Muriel had sunk down on a garden bench close at hand, lacking the strength to go away. It was exactly what she had expected. He meant to take his revenge in his own peculiar fashion. She had laid herself open to this, and mercilessly, unerringly, he had availed himself of the opportunity to wound. She might have known. She might have known. Had he not done it again and again? Oh, she had been a fool, to call him back. Through the wild hurry of her thoughts, his voice pierced once more. It had an odd inflection that was curiously like a note of concern. "I say, Muriel, are you crying?" "Crying?" She pulled herself together hastily. "No, why should I?" "I can tell you why you shouldn't," he answered whimsically. "No one ever ought to cry before breakfast. It's shocking for the appetite and may ruin the complexion for the rest of the day. Besides, you've nothing to cry for." "Oh, don't be absurd," she flung back again almost fiercely. "I'm not crying." "Quite sure?" said Nick. "Absolutely certain," she declared. "All right then," he rejoined. "That being so, you had better dry your eyes very carefully, for I am coming to see for myself." End of Part 5, Chapter 53. Part 5, Chapter 54 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Surrender. She awaited him, still sitting on the bench and striving vainly to quiet her thumping heart. She heard him come lightly up behind her, but she did not turn her head, though she had no tears to conceal. She was possessed by an insane desire to spring up and flee. It took all her resolution to remain where she was. And so Nick drew near unwelcomed, a lithe, alert figure in European attire, bareheaded, eager-faced. He was smiling to himself as he came, but when he reached her the smile was gone. He bent and looked into her white, downcast face, then laid his hand upon her shoulder. "But Muriel," he said, and that was all. Yet Muriel suddenly hid her face and wept. He did not attempt to restrain her. Perhaps he realized that tears such as those must have their way, but the touch of his hand was in some fashion soothing. It stilled the tempest within her, comforting her inexplicably. She reached up at last and drew it down between her own, holding it fast. "I'm such a fool, Nick," she whispered shakily. You must try to bear with me." She felt his fingers close and gradually tighten upon her own until their grip was actual pain. "Haven't I borne with you long enough?" he said. "Can't you come to the point?" She shook her head slightly. Her trembling had not wholly ceased. She was not, even yet she was not, wholly sure of him. "Afraid?" he questioned, and she answered him meekly with bowed head. "Yes, Nick, afraid." Don't you think you might look me in the face if you tried very hard? He suggested. No, Nick. She almost shrank at the bare thought. Oh, but you haven't tried, he said. His voice sounded very close. She knew he was bending down. She even fancied she could feel his breath upon her neck. Her head sank a little lower. Don't, she whispered with a sob. What are you afraid of? He said. You weren't afraid to send me a message. You weren't afraid to save my life last night. What is it frightens you? She could not tell him, only her panic was very real. It shook her from head to foot. A fierce struggle was going on within her, the last bitter conflict between her love and her fear. It tore her in all directions. She felt as if it would drive her mad, but through it all she still clung desperately to the bony hand that grasped her own. It seemed to sustain her, to hold her up, through all her chaos of doubt, of irresolution, of miserable, overmastering dread. What is it frightens you? He said again. Why won't you look at me? There is nothing whatever to make you afraid. He spoke softly, as though he were addressing a scared child, but still she was afraid of the very impulse that urged her, horribly afraid of meeting the darting scrutiny of his eyes. He waited for a little in silence. Then suddenly, with a sharp sigh, he straightened himself. You don't know your own mind yet, he said, and I can't help you to know it. I had better go. He would have withdrawn his hand with the words, but she held it fast. No, Nick, no, it isn't that, she told him tremulously. I know what I want, perfectly well, but I can't put it into words. I can't. Is that it? Said Nick. His manner changed completely. He bent down again. She heard the old note of banter in his voice, but mingled with it was a tenderness so utter that she scarcely recognized it. Then, my dear girl, in heaven's name, don't try. Words were not made for such an occasion as this. They are clumsy tools at the best of times. You can make me understand without words. I'm horribly intelligent, as you remarked just now. Her heart leaped to the rapid assurance. Was it so difficult to tell him after all? Surely she could find a way. The tumult of her emotions swelled to sudden uproar, thunderous, all-possessing, overwhelming, so that she gasped and gasped again for breath. And then, all in a moment, she knew that the conflict was over. She was as a diver, hurling with headlong velocity from dizzy height into deep waters, and she rejoiced, she exulted, in that mad rush into depth. With a quivering laugh she moved. She loosened her convulsive clasp upon his hand, turned it upwards, and stooping low, she pressed her lips closely, passionately, lingeringly, upon his open palm. She had found a way. He started sharply at her action. He almost winced. Then, Muriel, he exclaimed in a voice that broke, and threw himself on his knees beside her, holding her fast in a silence so sudden and so tense that she also was awed into a great stillness. Yet, after a little, though his face was pressed against her so that she could not see it or even vaguely guess his mood, she found strength to speak. I can tell you what I want now, Nick, she whispered. Shall I tell you? He did not answer, did not so much as breathe, but yet she knew no fear or hesitancy. Her eyes were opened and her tongue loosed. Words came easily to her now, more easily than they had ever come before. I want to be married, soon, very soon, she told him softly, and then I want you to take me away with you into Nepal, as you planned ever so long ago, and let us be alone together in the mountains, quite alone as we were before. Will you, Nick? Will you? But again he had no answer for her. He did not seem able to reply. His head still lay against her shoulder. His arm was still tense about her. She fell silent, waiting for him. At last he drew a deep breath that seemed to burst upwards from the very heart of him, and lifted his face with a jerk. My God, he said, is it true? His voice was oddly uneven. He seemed to produce it with difficulty, but having broken the spell that bound him, he managed after a moment to continue. Are you quite sure you want to marry me? Quite sure that tomorrow you won't be scared out of your wits at the bare idea? Have you left off being afraid of me? Do you mean me really to take you at your word?" "If you will, Nick," she answered humbly. "If I will," he echoed with sudden passion. "I warn you, Muriel, you are putting yourself irrevocably in my power, and you will never break away again. You may come to loathe me with your whole soul, but I shall never let you go. Have you realized that? If I take you now, I take you for all time." He spoke almost with violence, and having spoken, drew back from her abruptly, as though he could not wholly trust himself. But nothing could dismay her now. She had fought her last battle, had made the final surrender. Her fear was dead. She stretched out her hands to him with unfaltering confidence. "Take me then, Nick," she said. He took the extended hands with quick decision, first one and then the other, and laid them on his shoulders. "Now look at me," he said. She hesitated, though not as one afraid. "Look at me, Muriel," he insisted. Then, as she kept her eyes downcast, he put his hand under her chin and compelled her. She yielded with a little quivering murmur of protest, and so, for the first time in her life, she deliberately met his look, encountering eyes so wide and so piercingly blue that she had a moment's bewildered feeling of uncertainty, as though she had looked into the eyes of a stranger. Then the colorless lashes descended again and veiled them as of old. He blinked with his usual disconcerting rapidity and set her free. "Yes," he said, "you've left off cheating, and if you really care to marry me, what's left of me? It's a precious poor bargain, but I am yours." His voice cracked a little. She fancied he was going to laugh, and then, while she was still wondering, his arm went round her again and drew her closely to him. She was conscious of a sudden leaping flame behind the pale lashes, felt his hold tighten while the wrinkled face drew near, and with a sob she clasped her arms about his neck and turned her lips to his. End of Part 5, Chapter 54.
Part 5, Chapter 55 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 5, Chapter 55. Omnia Vincit Amor. "Funny, wasn't it?" said Nick, jingling a small handful of coins in front of his fiancée. "Quite a harvest in its way. I had no idea you were so charitable." She caught his wrist. "You have no right to a single one of them. You obtained them under false pretenses. What in the world induced you to do such a thing?" Nick's hand closed firmly upon the spoil. "It was a sheer heaven-sent inspiration," he declared. "Care to know how it came to me?" "It happened one night in the Indian Ocean when I was on the way out with Daisy. I was lying on deck under the stars, thinking of you, and the whole idea came to me ready-made. I didn't attempt to shape it. It shaped itself. I was hungering for the sight of you, and I knew you would never find me out. You never would have either, if I hadn't had Daisy's message. I was just going to quit my lonely vigil when it reached me. But that altered my plans, and I decided with Fraser's assistance to face it out. You knew he was in the secret, of course?" "He is in every secret, that chap. As soon as I heard of Lady Bassett's ingenious little fiction about the Buddhist monastery, I was ready to take the Wan path. But you were invisible, you know. I had to wait till you emerged. Then came last night's episode, and I had to take to my heels. I couldn't face a public exposure, and it wouldn't have been particularly pleasant for you either. So now you have the whole touching story. and I think you needn't grudge me a rupee and a few annas as a reward for my devotion." Muriel laughed rather tremulously. "I would have given you something better worth having if I had known." "Never too late," said Nick philosophically. "You can begin at once if you like. Let me have your hand. Hold it steady, my dear girl. Remember my limitations. You won't refuse any longer to wear my ring?" "I will wear it gladly," she told him, as he fitted it back upon her finger. "I shall never part with it again." Her eyes were full of tears, but she would not let them fall, and Nick was too intent upon what he was doing to notice. "That imp Olga nearly broke her poor little heart when she gave it back to me," he said. "I think I shall have to send her a cable. What shall I say? Omnia Vincit Amor? She's old enough to know what that means. And if I add from Muriel and Nick, she will understand. A pity she can't come to our wedding. I'd sooner have seen her jolly little phiz than all Lady Bassett's wreathed smiles. She is sure to smile, you know. She always does when she sees me." He broke off with a hideous grimace. "Don't, Nick." Muriel's voice trembled a little. "Why does she hate you so?" "Can't imagine," grinned Nick. "It's a way some people have. Perhaps she will end by falling in love with me. Who knows?" "Don't be horrid, Nick. Why won't you tell me?" Muriel laid a pleading hand upon his. He caught it to his lips. "I can't tell you, darling, seeing she is a woman. An unpleasant adventure befell her once, for which I was partially responsible, and she has hated me with the most unseemly vehemence ever since." A light began to break upon Muriel. "Was it something that happened on board ship?" she hazarded. He gave her a sharp look. "Who told you that?" She flushed a little. "Bobby Fraser. He didn't mention her name, of course. We were talking about you once." Nick laughed aloud. "Only once?" Her color deepened. "You are positively ridiculous. Still, I wish it hadn't been Lady Bassett, Nick. I don't like to feel she hates you like that." "It doesn't hurt me in the least," Nick declared. "Her poison fang is extracted, so far as I'm concerned. She could only poison me through you. I always knew I had her to thank for what happened at Simla." "Oh, but not her alone," Muriel said quickly. "You mustn't blame her only for that. I was prejudiced against you by other things." "I knew all about it," said Nick. He was holding her hand in his, moving it hither and thither to catch the gleam of the rubies upon it. "You were a poor little scared rabbit, fleeing from a hideous monster of destruction. You began to run that last night at Wara, when I made you drink that filthy draught, and you have hardly stopped yet. I don't suppose it ever occurred to you that I would rather have died in torment than have done it." He broke into a sudden laugh. "But you needn't be afraid that I shall ever do it again. I can't do much to anyone with only one arm, can I? You witnessed my futility last night. There's a grain of comfort in that. Eh, darling?" "Nick, don't. She turned to him impulsively and laid her cheek against his shoulder. You don't know how you hurt me." "My dear girl, what's the matter?" said Nick. "I was only trying to draw your attention to my good points, such as they are." "Don't," she said again in a choked voice. "It's more than I can bear. You would never have lost your arm but for me." "Oh, rats," said Nick, holding her closely. "Who ever told you that?"
It was Dr. Jim. Well, Jim's an ass, and I shall tell him so. There, don't fret, darling. It isn't worth it. I could wish it hadn't happened for your sake, but I don't care a rap for my own. You are not to care for mine, she whispered. I shall only love you the better for it. Then it will be a blessing to me, after all, said Nick cheerily. Do you know what we are going to do as soon as we are married, sweetheart? We are going to climb the highest mountain in the world, to see the sunrise and to thank God. She turned her face upwards with a quivering smile. Let us be married soon, then, Nick. At once, said Nick promptly. Come along and tell Sir Reginald. He must be out of bed by this time. If he isn't, I think the occasion almost justifies us in knocking him up. They found Sir Reginald already upon the veranda, drinking his early coffee. And to Muriel's dismay, he was not alone. It was later than she had imagined, and Colonel Cathcart and Bobby Fraser had both dropped in for a gossip, and were seated with him at the table, smoking. As she and Nick approached, Lady Bassett herself emerged through an open window behind the three men. Nick began to chuckle. This was the sort of situation that appealed to his sense of humor. He began to chant an old-world ditty under his breath with appropriate words. Oh dear, what will Bassett say? Muriel uttered a short, hysterical laugh, and instantly they were discovered. Now what are you going to do? Said Nick. I don't know, she responded hurriedly. Run away, I think. Not you, said Nick, grasping her hand very firmly. You're going to face the music with me. She gave in, half laughing, half protesting, and he led her up the steps with considerable pomp. She need not have been so painfully embarrassed, for everyone, with the exception of Bobby Fraser, looked at Nick, and Nick only, in speechless amazement, as though he had just returned from the dead. Nick was sublimely equal to the occasion. He came to a standstill by the table, executed an elaborate bow in Lady Bassett's direction, then turned briskly to Sir Reginald. After 2 years' deliberation, he announced, we have decided to settle our differences by getting married, and we are hoping, sir, that you will bestow your blessing upon our union. My good fellow, gasped Sir Reginald, this is a very great surprise. Yes, I know, said Nick. It was to me, too. But though fully sensible of my unworthiness, I shall do my best to deserve the very high honor that has been done me, and I hope we may count upon your approval and support. Again his bow included Lady Bassett. There was a mocking glint in the glance he threw her. She came forward, as though in answer to a challenge, her face unwontedly flushed. This is indeed unexpected, she declared, extending her hand. How do you do, Captain Ratcliffe? You will understand our surprise when I tell you that someone was saying only the other day that you had entered a Tibetan monastery. Someone must have been telling a lie, dear Lady Bassett, said Nick. I am sorry if it caused you any uneasiness on my account. I should certainly never have taken such a serious step without letting you know. I trust that my projected marriage will have a less disturbing effect. Lady Bassett smiled her crooked smile and raised one eyebrow. Oh, I shall not be anxious on your account, she assured him playfully. Quite right, Lady Bassett, broke in Colonel Cathcart. He'll hold his own, wherever he is. I always said so when he was in the service. And a little over, probably, put in Bobby Fraser. Miss Roscoe, if you ever find him hard to manage, you send for me. Muriel, from the shelter of Sir Reginald's arm,
looked across at the speaker with a smile of unwanted confidence. "Thank you all the same," she responded, "but I don't expect any difficulties in that respect." "She is far more likely to fight my battles for me," remarked Nick complacently, "seeing my own fighting days are over." "And what have you been doing with yourself all this time?" demanded Sir Reginald suddenly. "You have been singularly unobtrusive. What have you been doing?" Nick's answering grin was one of sheer exuberance of spirit. "I've just been marking time, sir, that's all," he replied enigmatically. "A monotonous business for everyone concerned, but it seems to have served its purpose." Sir Reginald grunted a little and looked uncomfortably at his wife's twisted smile. "And now you want to get married, do you?" he said. "At once," said Nick. "Well, well," said Sir Reginald, beginning to smile himself. "All's well that ends well. And Muriel is old enough to please herself. Mind you are good to her, that's all. And I wish you both every happiness." "So do I," said Bobby Fraser heartily. "And look here, you Jack-in-the-Box, if you're wanting a best man to push you through, I'll undertake the job. It's a capacity in which I have often made myself useful." "Right-o!" laughed Nick. "But you won't find I want much pushing, old chap. I'm on my way to the top crag of Everest already." "Ah, Captain Radcliffe, be careful," murmured Lady Bassett. "Do not soar too high." He bowed to her a third time, still with his baffling smile. "Thanks, dear Lady Bassett," he said lightly, "but you need have no misgivings. Forewarned is forearmed, they say, and on this occasion, at least, I am wise in time." "And dear Muriel, too, I wonder," smiled Lady Bassett. "And dear Muriel, too," smiled Nick. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 56 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 56. The Eagle Soars. Night and a running stream, a soft gurgle of sound that was like a lullaby. Within the tent, the quiet breathing of a man asleep. Standing in the entrance, a woman. There was a faint quiver in the air as of something coming from afar, a hushed expectancy of something great. A chill breath came off the snows. Hovering secretly above the ice-cold water, the stars glittered like loose-hung jewels upon a sable robe. Ah, that flash as of a sword across the sky! A meteor had fallen among the mountains. It was almost like a signal in the heavens, heralded the coming wonder of the dawn. Softly the watcher turned inwards, and at once a gay, cracked voice spoke out of the darkness. "Hello, darling. Up and watching already? Ye gods, what a sky! Why didn't you wake me sooner? Have I time for a plunge?" "Perhaps, if you will let me help you dress after it." "Certainly not otherwise." The deep voice had in it a tremulous note that was like a caress. The speaker was looking into the shadows. The glory without no longer held her. "All right, then, you shall, just for a treat. Perhaps you would like to shave me as well." "Shave you?" There was scorn this time in the answering voice. "You couldn't grow a single hair if you tried." "True, O Queen, I couldn't, and the few I was born with are invisible. Hence my failure to distinguish myself in the army. It is to be hoped that deficiency will not blight my parliamentary career also." "Always supposing I get there." "Ah, but you did distinguish yourself. I heard once," the words came with slight hesitation, "that you ought to have had the V.C. after the Wara expedition, only you refused it." "I wonder what gasbag let that out," commented Nick. "You shouldn't believe all you hear, you know. Now, darling, I'm ready for the plunge, and I must look sharp about it, too. Do you mind rummaging out a towel?" "But, Nick, was it true?" "What, the V.C. episode?" Oh, I suppose so, more or less. I didn't want to be decorated for running away, you see. It didn't seem exactly suitable. Besides, I didn't do it for that. Nick, do you know how you make me feel more contemptible every day?" There was an unmistakable quiver of distress in the words. "My own girl, don't be a goose," came the light response. "You don't honestly suppose I could ever regret anything now, do you? Why, it's a lost faculty." He stepped from the tent, clad loosely in a bath sheet, and bestowed a kiss upon his wife's downcast face in passing. "Look here, sweetheart. If you cry while I'm in the water, I'll beat you directly I come out. That's a promise, not a threat. And by the way, I've got something good to tell you presently, so keep your heart up." He laughed at her and went his way, humming tunelessly after his own peculiarly vital fashion. She listened to his singing as he splashed in the stream below, as though it were the sweetest music on earth, and she knew that he had spoken the truth. Whatever sacrifices he had made in the past, regret was a thing impossible to him now. By the time he joined her again, she had driven away her own. The sky was changing mysteriously. The purple depth was lightening, the stars receding. "We must hurry," said Nick. "The gods won't wait for us." But they were ready first, after all, and the morning found them high up the mountainside with their faces to the east. Sudden and splendid, the sun flashed up over the edge of the world, and the snow of the mountain crest shone in rose-lit glory for a few magic seconds, then shimmered to gold, glittering as the peaks of paradise. They did not speak at all, for the ground beneath their feet was holy, and all things that called for speech were left behind. Only as dawn became day, as the sun-god mounted triumphant above the waiting earth, the man's arm tightened about the woman, and his flickering eyes grew steadfast and reverent as the eyes of one who sees a vision. "Prophet and priestess we came, back from the dawning," quoted Nick under his breath. Muriel uttered a long, long sigh and turned her face against her husband's shoulder. His lips were on her forehead for a moment. The next he was peering into her face with his usual cheery grin. "Care to hear my piece of news?" he questioned. She looked at him eagerly. "Oh, Nick, not the mail." He nodded. "Runner came in late last night. You were asleep and dreaming of me. I hadn't the heart to wake you." She laughed and blushed. "As if I should. Do you really imagine that I never think of anyone else? But go on, what's new?" "What news?" He pulled out 2 letters, one from Olga, full of adoration, bless her funny heart, and containing also a rude message from Jim to the effect that Redlands is going to rack and ruin for want of a tenant while we are philandering on the outside edge of civilization, doing no good to anybody. No good indeed. I'll punch his head for that some day. But I suppose we really ought to be thinking of home before long, sweetheart?" She assented with a smile and a sigh. "I'm sure we ought. Dr. Jim is quite right. We must come back to Earth again, my eagle and I." Nick kissed her hair. "It's been a gorgeous flight, hasn't it? We'll do it again, heaps of times, before we die." "If nothing happens to prevent," said Muriel. He frowned. "What do you say that for? Are you trying to be like Lady Bassett? Because it's a vain aspiration, so you may as well give it up at the outset." "Nick, how absurd you are!" There was a slight break in the words. I had almost forgotten there was such a person. No, I said it because, well, anything might happen, you know." "Such as?" said Nick. "Anything," she repeated, almost inaudibly. Nick pondered this for a moment. "Is it a riddle?" he asked. She did not answer him. Her face was hidden. He waited a little. Then, "I shall begin to guess directly," he said. She uttered a muffled laugh and clung to him with a sudden passionate closeness. "Nick, you humbug, you know." Nick tossed his letters on the ground and held her fast. "My girl, you gave the show away not 10 seconds ago by that blush of yours. There, don't be so absurdly shy. You can't be shy with me. Look at me, sweet. Look up and tell me it's true." She turned her face upwards, quivering all over, yet laughing tremulously. "Yes, Nick, really, really," she told him. "Oh, my darling, are you glad?" "Am I glad?" said Nick, and laughed at her softly. "I'm the happiest man on earth. I shall go home now without a pang, and so will you. We've got to feather the nest, you know. That'll be fun, sweetheart?" Her eyes answered him more convincingly than any words. They seemed to have caught some of the sunshine that made the world around them so glorious. Some time elapsed before she remembered the neglected correspondence. Time was of no account up there among the mountains. The other letter, Nick, you didn't tell me about it. I fancied you might have heard from Will Musgrave. So I have, said Nick. You had better read it. There's a line for you inside. It's all right. Daisy has got a little girl, both doing splendidly. Daisy very happy, Will nearly off his head with joy. Muriel was already deep in Will's ecstatic letter. She read it with smiling lips and tearful eyes. At the end, in pencil, she found the line that was for her. Tell Muriel that all's well with me, and I want you both for Christmas. Daisy. Muriel looked up. I promised to spend Christmas with him, Nick. Nick smiled upon her quizzically. By a strange coincidence, darling, so did I. I should think under the circumstances we might go together, shouldn't you? She drew his hand to her cheek. We will go to them for Christmas, then. And after that, straight home. Tell Dr. Jim when you write. But, Nick, I think we should like to feather the nest all ourselves, don't you? Why, rather, said Nick. We'll do it together, just you and I. Just you and I, she repeated softly. Later, hand in hand, they looked across the valley to the shining crags that glistened spear-like in the sun. A great silence lay around them, a peace unspeakable that those silver crests lifted into the splendor of infinity. They stood alone together, above the world, with their faces to the mountains. And thus, standing with the woman he loved, Nick spoke, briefly. It seemed lightly, yet with a certain tremor in his voice. Horses, he said, and chariots of fire. And Muriel looked at him with memory and understanding in her eyes. The end. End of chapter 56. End of The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell.